Now entering the ring in your nationwide Ohio Farm Bureau ring is going to be your Southdown Yearling Rams. Out of the East ring will be your Rambouillet Yearling Rams. Attention in the barn, attention in the barns. The Oxfords will be moving to the East ring after the Lincolns. If you are showing the Oxfords today, that breed is going to be moved over to the East ring after the Lincoln show. First call, Southdown Fall Ram Lambs. First call, Rambouillet Fall Ram Lambs. Your judge today for the Southdown show in the West ring is Kalen Poe. Kalen resides in Franklin, Indiana, with his family members Chelsea, Grayson, and Ridge. He raises Hampshire ewes, and his occupation is an animal nutritionist. Kalen attended Texas A&M and Kansas State. Please put your hands together this morning to welcome your judge for the West ring, Kalen Poe.
Well, good morning, folks, and it's certainly a pleasure and a blessing to be here with you guys. Excited to sort through a good wool show here today. We'll start off with our Rambouillets. We've got a good yearling ram out here for us to start off the show. One that's just super long-bodied. He's super long loin. I like the Springer rib. I like the shape of the rack on him as well. You put him into motion, I think he's pretty smooth. We crack open that fleece. I like the luster that we see in the fleece. It's pretty consistent as we work from front to rear. Just a nice guy here to start us off. Congratulations.
Final call, Rambouillet Fall Ram Lambs. Final call. Now entering the East ring from the Adam Family Club Lambs Makeup Arena is your Rambouillet Fall Ram Lambs.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. It's definitely one of my favorite places in the world to evaluate livestock is the state of Ohio. So really excited. I've been looking forward to this event for all of the summer. And as we get started here, we're going to figure out the ring pattern, only the first class of the day, but I think it's going to be a good one. We've got some Southdown Rams that we open up with, and we switched them around. The young lady up front here to my right is going to be your class winner. To me, I think that's just a solid free sheep. I think, you know, if you're on a judging team or you're coaching a judging team, this would be an excellent class to take a lot of points away from. There's a lot of differences that you could discuss, and there's a lot of different ways you could go. But to me, he's the one that I think is the safest place to start. In that description, by that I mean he doesn't have any huge holes that we really need to cover in terms of a breeding program. I think if you project this guy out into production and put him into what his purpose is and what he's going to be utilized for, I think his muscle shape is definitely definition, his character, his structure, his soundness. I think all those, I think he was on the top of the card in most of those categories. I think a nice one there that we begin with. I really like the body shape and the overall muscle shape and squareness of the sheep in second. He's one that when you study from any type of the angle, he's one that's big backed. He's square up over his loin edge. He's got some shape and some power in his stifle and his lower leg. Is he big enough? I think that's the big question. He's just too more conventional. He's a little shorter off both ends of his skeleton. He doesn't have quite the stretch and extension of that sheep is that we used to win the class. But comparatively, that's where that discussion would end, because if you're going to utilize him for muscle shape and making your lambs bigger muscled and more directed towards the weathering, I think he's the one you need to use. So in terms of his purpose, I think he's just fine. And we've got a big, long, extended sheep here that comes next. I think, you know, in opposite of the discussion on the one right ahead of him, he's the one that you like in terms of his length, the hind saddle, his length up front, obviously a longer growth curve type of a sheep that's going to pop some extension in those things, but I got to fix him structurally to move him up in class. He's too high and tight in his spine. He gets a bit more restricted off both ends of his skeleton, and I just want to see him relax and free out just a little bit better off both ends. But I think a nice sheep there again. The sheep that comes in next, just to complete the class, deep flanks, solid bodied, like his rib cage. He's one that I got to have a shot more meat and muscle in that one, and we got to have more growth and extension to get around these others. But a great opening class of Southdown Rams. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Another good single entry down here on the wool side. We've got a fall Rambouillet ram here for us to evaluate. One that's just super, super long in terms of his pattern. I like the extension up to the front end on him. He's just very, very clean in all his angles. You work back through that hind end. I like the way that hip loin junction's laid into that beast right there for us. What's impressive about him is his fleece. He's got some boldness of crimp. He's got some character of crimp as we work from front to rear. Pretty consistent. A nice one there. Congratulations.
Results from your Southdown Class 1. First place goes to Jalen Lovejoy on 4C R25-172. Second place, Jordan Ramsey on Fowler 2504. Third place, Bella Byler on Hillcrest 2404. And fourth place, Ethan Dravenscott on 4C Miller R25-093. Currently in the West Ring is your Southdown Fall Ram Lambs. Now entering your East Ring is your Rambouillet Winter Ram Lamb. Your judge today in the East Ring is Dr. Brady Campbell from Ashland, Ohio, and he raises sheep with his wife Haley and family. He raises approximately 300 ewes of Texels, Finns, Lincolns, Border Leichers, and commercial crossbred sheep. He is an assistant professor at The Ohio State University in the Department of Animal Sciences, where he serves as the state's small ruminant extension specialist. Brady is the board of director on the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Texel Sheep Breeders Society, and a member of the American Wool Assurance Program. Put your hands together for your judge out of the East Ring today, Dr. Brady Campbell. Final call, Southdown Winter Ram Lambs. Final call, Rambouillet Spring Ram Lambs.
Okay, second class of the day, we're going to switch up the pattern, and that's all right because I learned the rules, and we're going to do it the right way this time. So the class winner is going to be to my left at this point, but the biggest muscle sheep that's got the most attributes to him, we need to discuss him from a width of skeleton perspective and how he's built and extended from his foundation all the way to the top side of his skeleton. I think that's another one you can describe as being the safest place to start. That one's got the most good to him when you study him from any angle, when you start thinking about what he's going to be utilized for and his purpose. I think he's a solid one there that we use to win the class. The one in second's got a shot more extension, more growth. I like the distance that he offers in between his sternum all the way up through his jawline. He's one that's got some extension up front and from there back. That guy's got to have more power for me once you get out behind him. I got to have more stifle, more center leg dimension in that one. But I think for the right pieces and what he's going to be utilized for, I think he's going to do some good things. The sheep coming in 3, I really liked him from the start. I think this is another one that is just kind of a solid sheep. You know, he's complete when you want to describe that word in terms of just being a long and extended type of sheep that's got some muscle. I argue, though, that if he has as much of both of those things as the 2 that we placed right above him. So I had some issues sorting through him with that one. But to me, that, again, is just a very useful sheep that's got some bone, some foot size, and some stoutness of foundation. We like him as well. The sheep that comes next, I like from his loin edge forward. I think he's assembled really nicely in terms of his front end assembly. I like his shoulder blade and his sternum and the way he blends a long neck flat and smooth into the top of his shoulder. That's another one, though. Once you spin him around, I got to have a shot more power and punch when you study him from behind. Young man sheep here that completes the class, definitely a solid bodied sheep that's round in his rib cage, deep and soft in his flank. That guy's just got to have more to him to get around those others we placed in class. But a good set there. Congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
A good set of ram lambs over here on our Rambouillet side. We've got some differences in terms of type and kind, but for me, some of our non-negotiables are those animals that are free-moving. They've got to be structurally sound and correct from the ground up, and I think we found that here in this ram that helps us start off the class. For me today, I think he's the one that's just the most balanced in the profile. He's the widest at the base for me. I think the thing that set him apart from the rest in the class for us today is his hip. I love that hip shape. I just love the way that hock runs into that stifle and just the way that he's able to roll throughout the ring for us today. In 2 here, we've got probably our longer profile type of ram. He is our longest loin ram, probably the one that profiles the best for me today. However, as we put him into motion, he just tends to track a little bit more narrow. He wants to be a little bit shorter in terms of his stride, but nonetheless, a good one there to get us there in second. We come down here into 3 to help us wrap out the class. 1 that's just big and bold and rugged, very coarse in terms of his skeletal makeup. For me today, he's the one that I like to fleece on the most. He's got one that's really bold in terms of that crimp pattern, one that has a lot of luster to it. It's probably going to be the highest yielding fleece for us in the class today. If I were to choose one to create some animals that put a bit more power and some more muscle shape and some terminal aspects into this breed, that'd be the ram for me today. Unfortunately, as we said earlier, just a little bit more coarse in terms of his skeletal design. I'd like to level him out across the top, bring that dock up, and give him a bit more natural muscle shape to help him get up any further in the class today.
We've got a really nice trio of younger rams here in this class in the South Down Division. Young man sheep that comes up to the top is just the easiest one that you find in terms of his skeletal build and his organization. That one is powered up and got some shape and width up top over the top side of his skeleton. Really correct and sound at the ground. Pretty easy class winner in this particular division. The sheep that comes in next is maybe a shot longer and more extended. He's a taller fronted sheep comparatively to that one is that we used to win the class. But we don't have the same loin edge and hip and hind leg assembly that we have in that one that begins. I'd like to modify him from the rear view in terms of his stifle and his width of muscle, but that one's really nice from there forward. I think a nice one there in second. Really got a muscled up sheep here in 3, but this one we got to change from a growth standpoint. He's just too quick and too quick to the pattern on the growth side of things to move up in class, but a good set of 3 there in that South Down class. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from the Rambouillet ring out of Class 2. First place goes to Addison Embody on Embody F2564. Rambouillet Class 3 winner Ram Lambs. First place Harper Copeland on Broken Arrow 915. From your Rambouillet Class 4 Spring Ram Lambs, first place, Jacob Augustine on ALAM R001. Second place, Chase Carpenter on Carpenter Family 2009. And third place, Ross Dockery on Valley View 1316.
Nice round of applause here for our juniors that are running these bucks out here for the Rambouillet breed. And I wish we had a few more out here to evaluate, but I think these guys have done a really, really nice job of representing this breed extremely, extremely well. We've got a nice fall out front here. Just love the capacity. I like the dimension. I like the skeletal and muscle shape on him quite a bit. He's got big bone. He's got a big foot. I think he's got a bright future ahead of himself. We'll come into that early spring there. I love the extension of body. I love the way that front end is assembled. Just a really, really nice one to compare against that fall. And then we come back in here to our late springs, just a couple of bucks that I think that match up really, really well. But I think there's a buck out here that stands out in my mind that we like quite a bit in terms of where he's at, how he's put together, the way that his fleece is presented today. And as we come into our reserve, I think there's going to be a tight second there. But we'll get off of here. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause, and I'll go shake the hand of your grand reserve.
Results from your Southtown ring, Class 3, winner Ram Lambs, first place, Chloe Lake on Lake 25.336. Second place, Evelyn Ream on Fowler 25.63. Third place, Jalen Lovejoy on Leggett George 26-02. Fourth place, Caden McCoy on Shane 26.30. And fifth place, James McCartney on Level View Farm.
Let's give a big round of applause here for our Southtown exhibitors on the Southtown side. I think as we're looking and evaluate when the group of Rams come out for a championship selection, I think you find a lot of utility. You find a lot of show ring appeal. You find a lot of dual purpose type of sheep that I think are going to do really well for their owners and what they're going to generate. But I think we've got a couple of them that surface just a little nicer, I think, in terms of quality, and we'll make them your champion in reserve. But congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
Results from your Southtown ring, Class 4 Spring Ram Lamb. First place, Everett Ream on Lake 26-194. Second place, Ephraim Fowler on Fowler 26-18. And third place, Lucy Byler on Hillcrest 24-13. Your champion Rambouillet Ram goes to Addison Embody on Embody F2564. Your banner for that champion Ram, presented by David and Charles Embody, sponsored by Embody Brothers Rambouillet. Your reserve champion went to Jacob Augustine on ALAM R001. Award sponsored by Broken Arrow Ranch, presented by Archer Copeland. Currently in the nationwide ring is your Southtown Yearling Ewes. And currently in your Adam family ring is Rambouillet Yearling Ewes. Your champion Southdown Ram goes to Everett Ream on Lake 26194. The banner was sponsored by Brant Schaffner and Sexton Families, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. Your reserve champion Southdown Ram goes to Chloe Lake on Lake 25336. Banner sponsored by Brant Schaffner and Sexton Families, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. We would like to thank the sponsors that participated in the banner auction. Nationwide Farm Bureau Ohio Lead Council for the purchase of the West Ring makeup area. Adam Family Clublands for the purchase of the East Ring makeup area. Shell House Livestock Company for the Ohio State Fair announcer stand banner. Other sponsors include Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, and All Breeds Picnic. Final call, Rambouillet Fall Ewe Lambs, final call.
A really, really neat class of Rambouillet females for us to start this drive with, and a lot of differences and a lot of variation, and I think that's quite all right. It makes this breed exciting, and it makes this kind of job exciting as well. The ewe that will start the class off here with our class winner is just one, in my mind, that's the most complete, the most balanced. Boy, she's as pretty as a picture. She caught my eye as soon as she came into the ring. One that's just very clean-fronted. She's up-headed. She's the biggest top female for us here in the class. But the thing that impresses me is she's got all those parts and pieces right underneath of that hide. She's also got a stellar fleece as well. You take a look at that thing, very, very consistent in terms of that crimp pattern, in terms of the fineness as you work from front to rear, top to bottom. And in my mind, she's the one that's got the densest fleece for us today and highest yielding fleece as well. We come into a really unique ewe here in second, one that we just love, the depth of body, the capacity, the rack shape, however you want to describe her. She's just a big barreled female and one that'll do a really nice job in the breeding pen here this fall. One that we like for the levelness of top. I like the squareness of dock a tick better on this female here compared to our class winner. She's probably got a little bit more hip shape and structure to her from that standpoint. She just doesn't have the consistency in terms of fleece. She doesn't have that depth of loin that we see in our class winner, but a good pair here nonetheless to start the class off with. We've got a really unique ewe here again in three. One that's just very big and bold and powerful. She's a little bit more rugged in terms of her make. She's a little bit heavier fronted for me today. I'd like to get her cleaned up throughout that chest floor, get her busted apart from a skeletal standpoint to get her a little wider based, but I think a really, really good female from a muscular standpoint there in three. As you take a look at her fleece out of these top three, she's going to be the one that has the lightest yielding fleece in my mind today. A really unique ewe here in fourth, one that I like quite a bit in terms of her fleece and fleece characteristics. If you want some boldness to crimp, if you want some style, this is the female for you. One that's just extremely long in her make. I think one that'll make some really, really big, broody, and rangy type sheep if that's what you're looking for. One that's extremely long-loined. We appreciate her from that standpoint. For me today, she just doesn't motor near as smooth as what we'd like her to. She gets a little bit straight in that hock, a little tight in that stifle. If we could loosen her up off that hind end, I think we could bump her up a position or two today. Here in fifth, the young man driving the ornery ewe, one that we like quite a bit in terms of her style and her kind. I think one that's just very expressive in terms of her muscle shape. I like the front end assembly on her. She's very clean and crisp in her lines. For me today, you just simply get outpowered. We don't have enough fleece there for us to evaluate compared to the rest, but a nice set of Rambouillet yearling ewes. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
Results from your Rambouillet yearling ewes. First place goes to Bryson Walby on BM 4-80. Second place, Jacob Augustine on ALAM 505. Third place, Addison Inbody on Inbody 2507. Fourth place, Chase Carpenter on Carpenter 2005. Fifth place, Jacob Augustine on ALAM 535. Sixth place, Harper Copeland. Seventh place, Harper Copeland. Eighth place, Ross Dockery. Now in the East Ring, Rambouillet Fall Ewe Lamb. Final call, Rambouillet Winter Ewe Lamb. Final call, Southbound Fall Ewe Lambs.
A nice fall ewe lamb over here on our Rambouillet side, and one that I wish we had a few more to evaluate against, because I think this one here is pretty darn good. In terms of her overall makeup, this is another carcass-oriented type of female, one that we do appreciate for her width of body. I love the shape and style of the loin that we've got into her. I like the amount of muscle that we have off that hind end. One that's a bit more moderate in terms of her scale and her size, and I'm quite all right with it. I think that's why she's able to get that amount of muscle packed into such a nice and neat and tidy package for us today. One that's got a super long staple on her. She looks really good in terms of the length of that fiber. I like the way that fiber is laid in there. I like the dimension and the diameter of that fiber on her as well. Just a really neat package female. Congratulations.
Results from your Rambouillet Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Ross Dockery on Valley View 1307. Now entering the East Ring, Rambouillet Winter Ewe Lambs.
What a great class of Southdown yearling ewes as we get them finally sorted out here. Yeah, big round of applause for these exhibitors here as we get into our first really big class of the day, and a lot of really high quality all the way through. So there's a lot of discussion, a lot of talking points, but I think the young man sheep that we need to use to win the class with is just the one that's the most out there in terms of her shape, her skeleton. This one's her skeletal build is pretty elite. When you talk about chest floor and sternum height compared to her length of neck and how she blends that up into her jawline, her front end assembly is just super smooth and feminine from there back. And at the top point of her her shoulder and how she transitions that into her hip. You get out behind her, and this one is still really square built. She's big muscled and got tons of stifle and outer leg to her. I think the big question is, maybe for most people, is you're going to argue if she's big enough. And, you know, that's the thing. And for this guy, I think I'm going to call her good, because to me, that key word is enough. Is she big enough? Big enough for what? Well, the purpose is going to be raising winners and making champions, and I think she's got the skeletal build to do that, so she's going to be big enough today. But I could see it where some people prefer one a little taller at the point of her shoulder, and that's the one that's in second. This one's a lot cooler up front and at the top side of her shoulder. She's a super extended and feminine and smooth up there, and she's the one that, if you want to talk about a yearling ewe at her stage of development and maturity, is she big enough? I think she exceeds that just a notch, and I think that's her biggest advantage over the one in the first hole that you can discuss. But from there back, comparatively, she doesn't have enough muscle for me. I got to have more stifle. I got to have more cheek. I got to have more width up over the top side of her skeleton. But that's not taking anything away from her belly shape, her depth of flank, her roundness of rib cage. She is ultra maternal in the way that she's built up through her center body, and that's a big advantage and a really nice thing to have in your ewes at home as well. Really nice sheep there in second. The one that's a little more trendier comparatively to the one that we used to win the class is the one I put third. I think from the side view, this is another one that's long and strong in her spine. She's level and cool up about her muscle shape and expression up top. That one's just a little plainer featured. She's not as out there in terms of her pieces and features as those two that we placed right above her, but that's a solid sheep. She's got a lot of really good things about her. I think she's going to generate really nicely for her owners. One coming in next is another one you talk about belly shape, width of rib cage, and center body dimension. I think she has all those things going for her as well. That one's got to have more muscle shape and expression to move up in class. Then we've got a bigger stature ewe here that we round out the top five with that definitely has some growth and extension. I like the ruggedness about her foot size, her bone density. But again, that one's got to have more feature, more outward turn to her leg, more shape and expression of muscle to move up in that class. But an excellent group and a big set of yearling ewes. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Results from your Southtown Yearling U class. First place goes to Ephraim Fowler on Fowler 25-29. Second place, Ephraim Fowler on Fowler 25-35. Third place, Chloe Lake on Lake 25-095. Fourth place, Caden McCoy on Shane 24-39. Fifth place, Bella House on Fowler 25-09. Sixth place, Allie Boyd on Obliger 21-61. Seventh place, Lydia Lake, Lake 25-256. Eighth place, Jordan Ramsey on Oldenburg 25-046. Ninth place, Emma Henson on Fowler 25-30. And 10th place, Lucy Byler, Hillcrest 24-05.
Folks, I thought our yearling drive was pretty stout and competitive, but as you take a look at these four spring ewe lambs, I think they've got a run for their money. Out there in front, that first place ewe, one that we just like quite a bit and for multiple reasons. I think we can all agree as we put them here on the profile. Boy, she's as pretty as you can make them. For a Rambouillet female, I think she does all the right things for me today. One that's just super, super balanced. I love the lines both on the top and bottom of her. For me, in terms of her skeletal makeup and her muscularity throughout her body, I think she's the one that's got the most amount of mass, natural mass, I should say, throughout the center of that body. I love the hip shape on this female as well. If we could be slightly critical about her, I'd like a little bit more length of fleece on her so we could really dig down there and take a look and see what that character, that fleece is. But nonetheless, a fleece that's super, super fine and dense to the touch. We've got a female here in second, one that's probably our oldest female in the class, and she's big and she's bold and rugged, and we like a lot of those things about her. I love the rack shape and the rib shape to her, one that's just super, super powerful and wide at the base. When you take a look at that fleece on that one, when we talk about character, that's my winner in my mind in terms of a fleece. I love the character. I love the structure of that fleece, especially as we continue throughout that fleece. Really can't find a hole in it. It's got enough density for me today. When we compare A to B here on our top end, I think the reason we put her here in two is she just isn't as fluid in terms of her movement. She wants to get a little wild on one of those hind legs for me. If we could get her straightened up and stiffened up, if you would, in that hind leg set, I think we could get her around that class winner any day of the week. We've got a nice ewe lamb here in third, one that I really like in terms of her structure and her design. She's a little lighter boned, and I'm quite all right with that. I like the length of fleece on her. I like the staple that's presented for us today. Out of any of them here in the class today, she is a freight train. She is our longest loin. She's probably a rib or two longer than anything else realistically in the class for us today. For me, with the scale and size that she is, I'd like her to be a bit more deep in terms of her body structure. I want to get a bigger barrel, a bigger chest. I want to get a bit more base width underneath of her, especially for how long she is today. We come into a really unique female here in fourth, one that we do like that rib shape for, and one that I like the fleece characteristics to her. For me today, especially on the fleece, she wants to get a little cross-fibered, especially as we work from that 13th rib back. I'd like that fleece to be a bit more open to be able to evaluate it a bit more. From a skeletal standpoint, I think we need to balance her out a little bit more. She needs to be a bit more level topped. I want to bring that tail head up. I need to drop that rear flank just as she's balanced from that profile. I'd like to bring that head back and that neck back a little bit back into that shoulder blade set. But a really, really phenomenal set of females here on the Rambouillet side. Congratulations.
Nice little group of ewe lambs here on the Southdown side. We're going to use the sheep, I just think, from a skeletal quality standpoint, just offers a little bit more of an edge. I think when you study these two females in motion, once you ask the young people to step off of them just a little bit, I think our class winner just holds herself together up front just a little neater. She's more tucked up at her chest floor. She's neater about the outside angle to her shoulder blade, and she's longer neck and smoother at the top side of her shoulder than I think the one is that we have in second. But what's more unique about this one is I think her second biggest advantage, you step off behind her, and I think she's a big muscled, wide hipped, really big in her pin set. I think she's just a solid class winner here in this particular group. Now the one in second you really like at first. I think you send this one out. She's one that catches your eye when she first comes in, but once you start to study her for how she's designed and how she's pieced together, she does start to fall apart just a little bit more off of both ends. Her chest floor wants to drop. She's a little more rounder, and the angle to her shoulder carries that same advantage, that same attribute out through her hip, and gets a little more short coupled in her hip and hind leg structure. But you talk about one that's really wide backed, big loined, and offers an abundance of width and shape over the backside of her shoulder. I think she serves all of those purposes really nicely. Good one there in second. The one that's leaner and more expression and more expressive in her muscle shape is the one that comes next. She just ran into a couple more that I think are a little bit further along in their overall maturity pattern. That one's just showing us a little bit more leanness, but you fatten this one up and put a little bit more cover on her, I think you're really going to like her. But we just got to have more muscle shape, more condition on that one to move up in class. But a nice one. Next pair of ewes that come in obviously have the class advantage in growth and extension. They're the ones that have the longer growth curve that you can offer, that are going to get out and extend and do really well in terms of their length off both ends of their skeleton. But along with that body type, we got to put more muscle and power into these sheep to move them up in this particular class. But a good set there all the way through. Congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
Results from your Rambouillet winner ewe lambs. First place goes to Addison Embody on Embody 2601. Second place, Chase Carpenter on Carpenter 2007. Third place, Harper Copeland on Spray Sheep Company W2641. Fourth place, Harper Copeland on RNL 2609. Results from your Southdown Show fall ewe lambs. First place, Jalen Lovejoy on Silver Dollar 26013. Second place, Evelyn Ream on Fowler 2561. Third place, Evelyn Ream on Burnstock Farm 2347. Fourth place, Caden McCoy on Shane 2536. Fifth place, Corbin Myas on Double D 25102G. Currently in the ring for the Rambouillet show is your spring ewe lambs. Currently in the ring for the Southdown show, winter ewe lambs.
I think a close pair here on our top end for these late Rambouillet ewe lambs here. And at the end of the day, we're going to go back to power and function. And I think that's what that female here on the top end does for me today. She's the biggest footed. She's the biggest bone from a skeletal standpoint. We work up through the center of that carcass. She's our deepest loin. She's our biggest loin. She's our biggest rack female for us in the class today. You get right up behind her. I love the shape of the leg on her. She's got a lot of inner and outer bulge to that hind leg. Just a female that's hard to find a hole in terms of a carcass standpoint. From a profile, I really, really like the way that she profiles extremely well. I think what she does a tick better compared to that ewe there in second is that I think she's just got a cleaner front end assembly for me today. You take a look at that fleece, I think it's consistent enough as we work from front to rear. A nice female here in second, one that's probably our longer spined and longer bodied female here in the class. She is our longest loin female in the class. I like the hip shape on her quite a bit as well. Probably presented a little bit better in terms of hip shape and structure compared to that female that helps us win the class. As you take a look at her again, this young man's done a nice job on his fleeces. I love the crimp. I like the structure and the character of these fleeces. Probably a little bit more consistent as we work from front to rear, top to bottom compared to our class winner. For me today, we just get a little bit more narrow at the base. I think especially as we evaluate them from the front end. You take a look at the front end of that sheep there. I think one that we can get cleaned up a little bit more, but I would really like to have that neck laid back into that shoulder ever so slightly just to get a smoother transition. It's just a little bit too coarse for me today compared to our class winner. We come into a really nice female here in third that wraps up our class quite well. One that we do like for her shape and style of body. I think she's got a fair bit of natural muscle shape, and I do admire her for that. I think for the length of body, she's deep enough. She's super, super sound, but we compare her to the counterparts in the class today, she just isn't near long enough. She isn't as massive enough for us to get around the others in the class today.
Results from your Rambouillet Spring ewe lamb class. First place, Jacob Augustine on RNL 2633. Second place, Chase Carpenter on Carpenter 2008. Third place, Ross Dockery on Valley View 1324. Now entering the East Ring from the Adam Family Club Lambs Makeup Arena will be your Rambouillet ewe lamb champion drive. First call, natural colored yearling rams, first call.
One more time for our Rambouillet breeders. Let's give them a nice round of applause and thank them for bringing out such a high-quality set of females here for us to evaluate today. And boy, this really makes me excited for the future of the wool breeds. And I think they're regaining some attraction and some attention, especially from the show side. And I think these young exhibitors out here have shown us exactly why that's the case for us in our industry today. I hope we can appreciate some of the females that we brought up to the top. I think they've sorted themselves quite easily to the top. They've got some style. They've got some flash to them, especially as we put them into the ring. As we saw them walk throughout our classes, I think they've got some structural correctness. I think they're very fluid in terms of their movement. We handle these females. Boy, they've got a lot of meat packed in there, especially for a fine wool breed. I think these guys have done just a phenomenal job of making these breed, a sheep specifically, multi-purpose, and we do appreciate them from that standpoint. And then at the end of the day, taking a look at that fleece. Really, really good handle on these fleeces. Got a lot of luster to them. They've got some good handle, good touch, and good characteristics to them. In my mind, there's one female out here that's definitely deserving of that grand champion banner for us today. One that's just impressed me since she's hit the ring. As we take a look at reserve, I think there's a couple others that are quite deserving. For me, I think there's another one here that mimics that champion quite well in terms of structure and design and characteristics that we're looking at for this breed. So with that being said, one more round of applause. I'll get off here and shake the hand of our champions.
The Ohio State Fair Junior Fair Rambouillet Show is sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, and the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. Your Rambouillet champion, U, goes to Bryson Walpe. Banner was sponsored by Kirkpatrick Rambouillets, presented by Doug Kirkpatrick. Your reserve champion, Rambouillet U, goes to Addison Inbody. Banner sponsored by Carpenter Farms, presented by Chase Carpenter.
We've got a really nice set of ewe lambs here in this particular class as well. And like we mentioned before, you know, if you're associated with any livestock judging teams, these top 3 or 4 could really be discussed a lot of different ways. You could teach a lot of differences. And, you know, stage of development, maturity, I think comes into play here in this particular group. The one that I just think is the most appropriate when it comes to her growth and maturity or size, the amount of condition that she's carrying over her last strip, I think she needs to win. But outside of that, I think the biggest thing you notice about her is just her elite build of skeleton in terms of shallowness and tucked up in her chest and smooth and extended up front. And then she still has some muscle to go along with it. But I think for her size and her maturity, her condition, I think is the most appropriate that we can discuss here in this group. I think that's a really nice one to start. The one in second is a lot like her. I think if you're going to describe her and discuss her from her loin edge forward, that one's built just the same. I mean, just like a nice, deep, open rib cage, a really good belly shape to her. Underline's really attractive, ties up into her chest, and she runs uphill, just ultra extended and feminine up front. And we love all those pieces about her. But I think once you compare her to the one that stepped right in front of her, I don't know if she's got just as much power, not as much width in her foundation. That one wants to click in just ever so slightly when you study her from behind, and she narrows up just a little bit more in her pin set, but those are really small things when you consider that one's elite build up front, and she's going to do just fine as you project her on out into production. I think those pieces are certainly going to show. That's an awfully nice one there in second. Obviously, the heaviest muscled, most powerful one is the one that comes next. This one is the bigger footed, heavier constructed one that's the heaviest muscled, built the widest from the ground up, and all those things are definitely first in the card for her. But as ewe lamb guys, this one's getting awfully chubby for me. She's a little softer over that last rib, and she's a little fluffier there up over the top side of her skeleton. I would like to lean her down and just see a little bit more immaturity there in her condition to move her around those other two. But you talk about one that's trendy, one that's going to make heavy muscled wethers and going to put together a really nice skeletal package there to get along in the show ring in the future. That one's going to do it for you. Just want to lean her up in today's class, but an awfully nice one. One coming in next is another one. You talk about depth of flank, roundness of rib cage. Got some really good attributes there through the center part of her body. That one planes up off both ends. I got to have more squareness, more build off both ends to get around those. We place right ahead of her. Same story for the one that comes next. From the side, this one's long and neat in her spine. She's attractive from the side, but she's carrying the most in terms of depth and shoulder when you study her from there up front. Just want to clean her up, make her a shot more feminine and neat looking there from the side. Really good class of ewe lambs in that group. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Southdown winner ewe lambs. First place goes to Ephraim Fowler on Fowler 2580. Second place, Ephraim Fowler on Burnstock Farm 2435. Third place, Reed Coleman on Price 26028. Fourth place, Jordan Ramsey on Millbrook 2503. Fifth place, Lucy Byler on Hillcrest 2408. Sixth place, Audrey Gerber on Obliger 2198. Seventh place, Bella Byler on Hillcrest 2411. Eighth place, Emma Hinson on Fowler 26005. Ninth place, Lydia Lake on Lake 26035. And 10th place, Brody Boyd on Boyd 10391. Your Rambouillet Premier Exhibitor goes to Addison Inbody. Banner is being presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Results from your Rambouillet flock class. First place, Addison Embody. Second place, Jacob Augustine. Third place, Chase Carpenter. Fourth place, Harper Copeland. And fifth place, Ross Dockery. Entering the East Ring will be your Rambouillet Best Fleece, Exhibitor's Choice, Ram or Ewe. Attention Southdown exhibitors, there will be a breed meeting today at 2 p.m. in the wool room. Southdown exhibitors, there will be a breed meeting today at 2 p.m. in the wool room.
We've got some real tough stuff here in this Southdown division. These spring ewe lambs, we've got a really nice one here that we can begin with. And like we discussed in the previous class, body condition is certainly important. I don't get that too worked up about it in ewe lambs, but yearling ewes, it's kind of a little different story. But this one could be, you can venture into that realm and discuss maybe she's a little on the chubbier side. But to me, I think she's appropriate because if you handle her right over the backside of her shoulders where she's the softest, but then over her loin edge, she still hasn't filled that in and hasn't matured that out. So I think she's just right in the middle of a weird stage, and I think they all go through that. But when you study that one past that regard in terms of her rib and skeleton and her trends that she brings to the table, I think she's the one that needs to win. She's the most three-dimensional in her foundation, offers the most meat animal shape. When you study her from the three-quarter angle, from the rear view, that one's big-footed and rugged built. I think a really nice winner here in this particular division. Now, if you're going to say that one's too chubby and we're going to go with the leaner option, that's the one in second because I think she's really nice. She's another one that's maybe a bit more expressive up top, like we just discussed. That one offers some lean muscle value, but again, comparatively, she's not as out there in terms of her feature. She's a taller fronted sheep that's longer and more extended, but along with that body type, she's not as pulled apart, she's not as muscular, she's not as opened up through her center part of her body as that one is that we used to win the class. But I think potentially she's eventually going to get there. It's just taken her a little bit longer to do so, but an awfully nice one there in second. The one that resembles more a class winner is the one that comes next. Easy. The one that comes next is big-bodied and round in her rib cage and deep and soft in her flank. I wish she hooked together better right there, right behind her shoulder, because from there back, we love her hip and hind leg assembly and the way that she's constructed, but she wants to drop her front end. Once you set her in motion, she gets a bit rounder and more coarse and opened up there in her shoulder. I just want to tuck her up, make her more up and out, a little more feminine to get around those other two. The one that does that for us in that particular pair is the one that comes next. This one's a lot better fronted, more extended up front. This one, again, on the other side of things, I'm not sure if she's quite ready. That's the skinny one in the top five that's just a little bit further behind in her overall development, and we need to see her a little bit further along in her maturity pattern because when you study her from the side and how she's genuinely built, she's a really good one. She's just not quite ready to be here today. And then coming in next is another one that's long and extended, really cool from the side, but this is another one too that drops a bit through her front end. She's a little higher in her flank, a little more tubular in her center body design. We want to open her up and wedge her the other way to get around those other ones we placed right above them. But an awesome group of females in that last class. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Southdown Spring ewe lambs. First place goes to Josie Weir on Maybelline Farms 26-11S. Second place, Caden McCoy on Shell House 26056. Third place, Lydia Lake on Lake 26179. Fourth place, Ephraim Fowler on Coons Mills 2653. Fifth place, Lydia Lake on Lake 26309. Fourth place, sixth place goes to Jalen Lovejoy, Beckmeyer Brothers 2637. Seventh place goes to Elise Ream on High Top 603. 8th place, Caden McCoy on Shane, 26-27. 9th place, Ethan Dravenscott on A&M, 6-294. And 10th place goes to Nico Mahias on KLS, 26-12. Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau Ohio Lead Ring is your Southdown U Champion Drive. Now entering your East Ring is your natural colored yearling rams.
Let's really put our hands together and show these exhibitors our appreciation here. In our champion Southdown U Drive, what an awesome group of females. I think we did a lot of discussion about, elite skeletal build with maternal attributes that genuinely, as us as breeding sheep folks, you have to think about the future quite often. And when you project these things out into production and how they're going to generate for their owners and what their purpose is, I try to take a lot of those things into consideration. Some of us, obviously with livestock judging, we all have our opinions and it's a subjective activity. And if it wasn't, if people didn't disagree with each other, we'd be stuck in the same place forever, and that's not very interesting at all. So if you disagree with things, I think that's good, because if we weren't disagreeing on anything, we'd be stuck, like I said. So we got to keep the progression going. You got to keep your opinions and, stay the course and make the sheep that you like and that you think get along in the show ring or whatever it is that their endpoint is. But I think each of these females, when you're talking about sheep shows and raising wethers or raising elite breeding sheep, I think they can serve a lot of general categories in a lot of general places. So really comfortable with our two that we're going to select out of the Champion Reserve in this division. We discussed a lot of differences in terms of like where they're at today, and that can be subjective, of course, but are they big enough? Are they powerful enough for what they are? But I think each of our class winners here are just very appropriate when it comes to but for me, I think there is a winner, just in my opinion. I think there's a clear winner, and then I think it gets really close for reserve, and it comes to a classic discussion of, is this one big enough for you or not, or is this one too fat for you or not, or is she okay? And that's where you guys can hash it out. But I do think there's a fairly easy winner just when you discuss elite skeletal build and how they look from the side, and no matter what their general purpose is, wherever they're going to go back into production for those owners, I think she's going to serve her purpose. So again, just my congratulations to you guys. Really impressive set of Southdowns as we get started this morning. Looking forward to the rest of the day, but congratulations to you again. Show them a big round of applause and make some noise. I'll get your champion in reserve Southdown female.
Your champion Southdown U goes to Ephraim Fowler. The banner is sponsored by Fowler Southdowns and presented by David Fowler. Your reserve champion Southdown U goes to Josie Weir. The banner sponsored by Brant Schaffner and Sexton Families and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb Wool Ambassador.
Switching gears over here in the wool ring, we'll run into our natural colored breed, and boy, we've got a nice set of rams out here for our yearlings to help us start off that drive. The one that we use to win the class here is the one that I think just is the most massive, the one that's just the most correct in terms of a skeletal build, one that we appreciate for the depth of body, the shape of rib on him. I like the width of top. I like the actual dimensional pieces of that muscularity running throughout his system. When you crack open his fleece, he certainly doesn't disappoint you there. He's got a good long staple. He's got one that's very high luster, high yielding type of fleece, one that we appreciate for the characteristics that he brings to the table. Just a nice one to help us start off the class. The one here in two, one that I really appreciate from a profiling standpoint. Boy, I tell you what, when you think about extension up in the front end, you want one that looks pretty fronted, real long side. This is the buck for you. As you take a look at him, I think he's our longest loined animal in the class for us today. One that does have a fair bit of rib shape to him as well. I like the hip shape and the way that it's laid into that skeleton ever so slightly more than that class winner. But for me today, he just wants to get a bit more pinched across that shoulder. He wants to get a little bit narrow across the top. If we could bust him apart through the center of his skeleton and get him a bit more width up on the top end like he has on the bottom end, I think he'd be our class winner all day, every day. Then we've got a big, rugged, massive, coarser-made type of ram here in our third place position, one that we just really appreciate for his overall mass. I think as you talk about a front-end assembly, especially on the top end of that skeleton, he's the one that's put together the most correct for me today. As we study him a little bit more, we'd like to get him straightened up and corrected up on the hind end as he motors throughout the ring. As you take a look at that fleece, he's just a little bit past 5 o'clock for us today. He wants to start cross-fibering on us. He wants to get a little bit more matted back in that hind end, and I understand why. He's a big guy, and he's trying to motor around. But I think if we get that fleece cleaned up, I think if we can get him trimmed up through that center of his body, up through that chest floor as well, get him a bit more neck, we could get him around some of these other rams here today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
The Ohio Southdown Breeder Association has a scholarship winner, Evelyn Ream. Congratulations, scholarship winner, Evelyn Ream. Now entering the East Ring is your natural colored fall ram lambs. First call, Hampshire Yearling Rams. First call, Hampshire Yearling Rams. Southdown flock exhibitors, please hold your placings as we will present the premier exhibitor. Results from your natural colored yearling ram class. First place, Brooke Hershey on SF 25-22. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland. In third place, Archer Copeland on Hilltop Farm 2352. In your Southdown ring at this time, your premier exhibitor goes to Ephraim Fowler. Your Southdown Premier Exhibitor Award was sponsored by Old Glory Farm, Dale and Kathy Davis. And the award was presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Wool and Lamb Ambassador. Results from your Southdown show from the flock class. First place goes to Ephraim Fowler. Second place, Caden McCoy. Third place, Jordan Ramsey. Fourth place, Evelyn Ream.
Young lady over here with the natural color does a nice job of bringing us another high-powered type of fall ram here for our drive, and one that we do appreciate for his overall makeup. I think very similar to that yearling buck she drove in the class before, one that's just really, really big top. He's got a ton of shape throughout the center of that skeleton, and especially as you take a look at him from that hind end as well. This guy here, he's big-boned, he's big-footed, just one that has a lot of power and mass. You take a look at his fleece, very similar again to that yearling, one that has a lot of character to it. I love the boldness of crimp on this one. I think it has a fair bit of luster to it as well. Just a nice ram here for us today. Congratulations.
Results from your natural colored fall ram lamb. First place goes to Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland, 1795-74. Now entering the ring will be your natural colored winner ram lambs. Final call, Hampshire Yearling Rams. Hampshire Yearling Rams, final call. Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is your Hampshire Yearling Rams. First and final call, Hampshire Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call. First and final call, natural colored spring ram lambs. First and final call.
think as we get started here in the Hampshire division, we've got a couple of yearling rams that bring some good things to the table as far as, that terminal sire aspect, and still going to make some show sheep. And that's where I think our winter surface is just a little bit better and neater in terms of his spine and the way that he's hooked together and his skeleton. This one's a little square, more true and accurate at the ground once you set him in motion. We'd like to lean him up a little bit in terms of the, in the stage of the summer that we're at in terms of the breeding season, but that was a nice sheep to go ahead and begin the class with. The leaner built, more expressively muscled one is the one in second. He's got the advantage in length and extension. That sheep's just got to have more power and shape to move around the one that we put in first. But a nice pair, Hampshire Rams there. Congratulate them, a nice job.
Back over here on the wool side, we've got a really unique set of bucks here for our winter ram lambs, and a lot of differences. And I think you could swap these top two pair any way that you'd want to based upon the day that we're in. The one that we're going to start off with is just the one that just has a bit more mass in my mind today. Now, granted, he's probably the one that's a bit more older. He's probably got a month or two in terms of age over that ram there in second. The ram here in first that we'll talk about is the one that's just the thickest and widest across the top. I really, really like the hip shape, the structure on him. I think this young man's done a nice job of getting him fitted to the nines. Just super, super balanced ram here for us today. If we could be slightly critical about him, I think he gets a little soft up on that front end. I'd like to pick him up on those front pasterns, but boy, that's getting pretty critical of a really, really good stud buck out there out front. Young lady here driving the Dapple here in second. One that's probably the youngest in terms of overall maturity in the drive for us today. One that we really, really appreciate for just the structural correctness on him. I think out of anybody in the class for us today, he's the one that runs the smoothest out of anything as we see him walk throughout here today. As you take a look at the fleece, I probably like the characteristics. I like the crimp. I like the boldness, the style, the flavor, if you would, of that fleece out of anything else here in the class. You just get outpowered today against that ram that is ahead of you. And again, that might just be a maturity, stage of maturity, but we're judging them here today and now. We're going to use the big rugged ram here to help us round out the class. One that's just super, super long in terms of his overall skeleton. I like the shape of rack. I like the elevation of this ram as well. For me today, he just gets a little bit too narrow up on the top end, especially in that shoulder blade set. He just doesn't have enough fleece for me to evaluate today. But what we can see, there is some character, there is some crimp. I just want a longer staple length to have a look at.
Got a pair of fitted rams here on the Hampshire side. We're going to use the sheep, I think, is just more correct and more relaxed about his lower joints. When you set these guys in motion, this one's set back further at the angle to his shoulder blade. He's more relaxed at his knee and offers more depth of heel. Once you study him at the ground, that one just hooks up together a little nicer in terms of being more correct and more fluid about his skeletal build. One in second, we like his depth of flank. We like his substance, his center body dimension. That one's just too awfully straight and restricted in his movement off both ends when you compare him back to the one that begins the class. Nice pair of fitted rams there. Congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
Results from your natural colored winter ram lamb class. First place, Nolan Smith on Little Oaks Livestock 2655. Second place, Brooke Hershey on S&T 127. Third place, Spencer Copeland on Broken Arrow 25089. Results from your Hampshire show. Yearling Ram, first place, Emmy Winner on Buckham Farms B5050. Second place, Colt McCoy on McCoy 1656. And results from your Hampshire fitted Ram Lamb class. First place, Foster King on Double Bar D 2604. And second place, Foster King on Double Bar D 2606.
a set of 3 rams in this particular class. Just one easy decision here up on the top end. This one just outperforms the other 2 in terms of growth and performance, maturity. He's the heavier muscle sheep that's further along, appears to be a lot older and more mature. He's the place you need to start in this group. One coming in second is long and extended. I think comparatively to the one in third, he's the one that's got a little bit more to him in terms of growth and extension. The sheep in third, you like his center body dimension, his internal shape, but that one's just got to be remodified from a skeletal standpoint to move up in this class. A nice set of 3. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Hampshire Winter Ram Lamb class. First place, Elizabeth Paragowitz on Martin 26005. Second place, Bristol McCracken on McCracken 2126. And third place, Bristol McCracken on McCracken 2226.
Here in this pair, in this Hampshire Ram division, another one that just completes himself a little neater and better in terms of that show animal look with some muscle shape and correctness of body and correctness of skeleton. Sheep in second's got some attributes in terms of lean muscle dimension and expression of muscle. That guy, again, we just need to reconstruct from a skeletal standpoint to move up in class. But a nice group. Congratulate them.
Pretty easy sort for me in these Rams for our natural colors as we wrap up this show. Boy, the young lady has just been fire today. She's brought out a really heavy hitting set of Rams and really appreciate this one nonetheless, even given his age. One that just has a ton of structural correctness. I love the bone. I love the footwork on this guy here. Just very, very fluid in terms of his movement. You get up on top of him, he has a ton of natural muscle shape. He's got a lot of potential. He's got a long loin. He's got a good top end. I love the saddle set on this guy here. You talk about a good, clean, assembled front end on a sheep. That guy does the job for me today as well. You take a look at his fleece, you can't find a hole in it. I tell you what, just one that's just very, very consistent as we work through it. I love the character. Probably the one that's the most bold in terms of its crimp pattern. One that's just a really, really high quality medium type of fleece. Congratulations to you, young lady. We come in here into second. One that's a bit more plain in terms of his design, and I'm quite all right with it. As we take a look at 3 and 4, he's the one that's the most structurally correct as we start evaluating the rest here in the class for us today. One that balances pretty well in terms of depth of rib and depth of flank. I appreciate the muscle shape, especially off that hind quarter on this ram for us today. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to open him up in that center of that skeleton, especially as we work throughout that front end. But I think a very moderate frame type of sheep to get us there in second. As we come to the young lady here in third, one that we appreciate for the youthfulness of this ram. I think one that's got a ton of growth left in him as well. He's dead level across the top. I love the back hip shape on him as well. As we talk about hock set, if you actually get down underneath that wool, I think he's got a really, really good hock set to him as well. He's a little finer boned. He's a little lighter muscled as we compare it to the others in the class, but I think he fits himself well there for third today. We'll come into a big, rugged, and coarsely made ram here in our fourth place position. If you want to add mass, you want to add size, I think this is the ram for you here today. As we take a look at him and study him a little bit closer, I think he gets a little bit stiffer in terms of his movement. He's got a couple structural challenges that we'd like to correct up on him, but I think he's the longest loin animal. He's probably one of our heavier muscled animals. Just can't get him around those others today. Congratulations to all our exhibitors.
congratulate our Hampshire Ram exhibitors over here on this side. I think again we've got some sires that they're going to make nice projects for these young people as you project them on out and what their purpose is and what their attributes are. I think we're going to see that in future generations. I think it's a pretty simple decision. I think there's two of them that surface just a little easier for me when it comes to correctness of body and build, and still offering the trends and the makeup to be a show animal look, but still offer that terminal sire purpose in terms of having appropriate amount of condition with muscle shape and expression. Nice group of Hampshire Rams here. Let's congratulate them as I select your champion in reserve.
The Ohio State Fair Junior Show, Hampshire Show, sponsored by Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA League Council. Your champion Hampshire Ram goes to Elizabeth Perogowitz, and the banner is sponsored by Wagner HD Breeding Sheep and presented by Ben and Zoe Wagner. Your reserve champion Hampshire Ram goes to Allison Kendall. And your reserve champion banner goes to Alpha and Omega Genetics and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Also presenting is Douglas McAllister. Results from your Spring Ram Lamb class out of your Hampshire Show was first place Allison Kendall on Hogger 26066. Second place Hannah Winter, Sheep Thrills. Results from your natural colored Spring Ram Lamb class. First place Brooke Hershey on Wolf 25291. Second place Wade Cap on Bolin 2461. Third place Cora Cap on Bolin 2468. And fourth place Archer Copeland on Broken Arrow 807. Currently in your East Ring is your natural colored champion Ram Drive.
You guys did good lining this class up. We're going to leave them just as they came in and as they stand. I think the young man's sheep that we used to win the class in this division is just the combination one that offers the most in terms of each category. She's a bigger frame sheep that still remains round in her rib cage and deep and soft in her flank. Is she a little chubbier than what we like? Yeah, probably. But for the game, I think she's appropriate when you consider her frame size and her growth and extension. I think she's the solid one there in terms of her accuracy at the ground that needs to go ahead and win the class. I'm a big fan of the one in second. I thought about using her for a long time. I think that's a more moderately framed one that's more opened up through her center part of her body, but that's another one too that's just getting a little chubby on us. And I think in relation to her frame size, in relation to her frame size, she needs to be bigger when you compare her to the one that wins the class. But she's awfully nice in the way that she's put together as well. Now, the source for growth and extension in frame size is the one that comes in 3. This one's the most up and out when it comes to her chest floor and her extension of skeleton. I just got to have more of them. Once you spin them around and study them from behind, I'm the type of guy that takes them a little wider in terms of this game and opening up in the center part of her body with some more muscle shape. Same story for the one that completes the class. Lots of growth, lots of extension and skeleton there. Got to have more to that sheep to move around these other 2. But a nice set of ewes there up on the top end. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Big round of applause for our natural colored breeders over here. I think they've brought a phenomenal set of males out here for us to evaluate, and just really, really high caliber, high quality. As we're sorting through some of these wool breeds, we've got to think in several different ways. Of course, we've got to keep those core priorities in our mind of structure and balance and muscularity and wool quality as we think about these animals. So a lot of things we got to balance back and forth and where we want to place importance upon. But as we're taking a look at these rams out here, in my mind, I'm thinking about who can we take home and add some value back to the flock. Who's going to be able to produce those females for the reproductive flock? Who's going to be able to produce that stock that'll come back here and show for generations on at the state fair? For me, I think there's a couple easy picks in here. They're really big-footed. They're very sound as they walk through the ring. There's a couple in here that have some really, really good, high-quality medium fleece to them. It's also a high-yielding fleece in my mind. And they've got some structure and balance, and they've got some muscle underneath that hide as well. So with that being said, we'll get off of here and we'll shake the hand of your Grand and Reserve.
Results from your Hampshire Fitted Yearling U class. First place goes to Foster King. Double bar D 25-27. Second place, Foster King on Nob Hill 25-04. Third place, Isabel Foley on Cape Pearson 25-05. And fourth place, Bristol McCracken on 25-02. Your natural colored Ohio State Fair show is sponsored by Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Wooding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSIA Lead Council. Your champion natural colored ram goes to Brooke Hershey out with the Fall Ram Lamb. And that banner is sponsored by Belmar Farm in memory of Mark Bell, presented by Cody, Julie, and Cameron Paulus. Your reserve champion natural colored ram goes to Brooke Hershey. The banner sponsored by Walnut Creek Yacht Club, presented by Tom Connor. First and final call, Hampshire Fall Ewe Lambs. First and final call. Now entering the East Ring from the Adam Family Club Lambs Makeup Arena will be your natural colored yearling ewes.
Nice group of yearling Hampshire females here in this group. We're going to use one again that just, represents a little bit more of a show animal look when it comes to skeletal organization and being appropriate in her condition for her size and maturity. I think she remains more symmetrical in her lines in terms of her spine in relation to her underline. That one just shapes up a lot better in terms of the way she's tied in up front. She's still stout and muscular once you get out behind her and is accurate and square at the ground. I think a really good one there to begin the class with. Young Man Sheep in second. I'm a big fan of this one too. I just want to peel her neck and shoulder out of her and just make her a little leaner up there and a little bit more feminine, because when you study her from there back, she's just a truck in terms of her width and dimension up over the top side of her skeleton. She's big up over her hip. Of the two, though, in comparison, again, we're going to mention that condition again. That one's got to be leaner around the base of her neck. She's got to be more elongated and more extended and leaner about her neck and extension up front to get around the one that we used to win the class. But you talk about one that's going to make some thick ones, she's definitely going to do that. She's really nice as well. The next one that comes in, I think, as far as skeletal build, genuine shape, I think she fits a lot of pieces. Obviously, she's given up a lot of pounds in performance compared to these other two that we put in class, but study that one for what she is. I'm going to go out and guess that she's probably a lot younger than those other two just on paper, but that one's built really nice from the side, really expressive and lean in her muscle shape. We really like her skeletal build. Just got to be more of that sheep to get around those other two in this particular class. One coming in next is deep and soft-centered, round body shape, definitely broody and offers a lot of potential there in terms of production. Just as far as the show animal side of things go, we got to have more extension of skeleton. We got to be more attractive from the side, have her carry herself a little neater in terms of her hip and hind leg structure to get around those others, but a nice female. The one that completes our top five is another one that counters the one just in front of her with offering a bit more growth, length, and extension, but we got to have more trends in that one and featured and more breed character to get around those that we place above them. That one's round-bodied and good in her rib shape and soft in her flank. You got to make her more attractive from a cosmetic standpoint to move her up, but a really nice one there in that group. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Hampshire Yearling U class. First place, Allison Kendall on AS-2002. Second place, Noah McAllister on Westlake 2543. Third place, Colt McCoy on McCoy 1750. Fourth place, Isabella Paragowitz on Paragowitz 2508. Fifth place, Alexis White on 8598. Sixth place, Eva Lammers with Westlake 2572. Seventh place, Michaela Heidenshield on Schiff 5028. Eighth place, Haley Mees on Cornerstone 0215. Ninth place, Ross Dockery on Dino Livestock 25078. Currently in the West Ring is your Hampshire fitted Fall Ewe Lambs. The Ohio Sheep Improvement Association would like to share an important announcement with all exhibitors and guests in the sheep barn today. This year, thanks to the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program's funding approval through checkoff dollars, more than $87,000 is being invested directly into youth sheep exhibitors at the Ohio State Fair. This support from OSWP is the driving force behind the Ohio State Fair Youth Sheep Excellence Initiative, and we are proud to recognize its impact. This initiative is inclusive and open to every exhibitor in the sheep barn. Every young person has the opportunity to compete for payouts in market lambs, breeding sheep, showmanship, and outstanding exhibitor programs. Additional dollars raised help enhance the barn itself. supporting live stream, champion and reserve champion banners, and improvements that showcase our exhibitors and strengthen Ohio's sheep industry. The Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, in cooperation with the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn Directors, extends a sincere thank you to the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program Board of Directors and to all supporters of the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn Promotion Auction for making these opportunities possible. Your investment is shaping the future of Ohio's youth and the future of our industry.
Got a fancy one to begin this class with. I think if you're going to discuss fitted breeding sheep, she's one that has a lot of really good pieces to offer in terms of still just offering that growth and extension, the frame size and the top side of her shoulder and the point of her shoulder. But then after that, she tends to blend more belly line, more substance, more depth of flank, and still offer some muscle shape from behind. I think that's the place you need to start in this particular class. One coming in second, you like her depth of flank and her belly line, her shape of rib. That one's definitely broody and got some pieces that we like through her center body. That one doesn't come and go for me in terms of structure as nicely as the one we used to win the class. She wants to close up and have a little bit more of an inward set to her hock. She's not quite as pulled apart there in her foundation as that one that would start with, but we got a lot of pieces to her that we like as well. Young Man Sheep here coming in next is another one you can discuss. Depth of flank, roundness of rib cage, broodness. I think she's going to fit all those cases, but that's the one of the top three that's the most restricted off both ends. She's a little straighter. She's a little more rigid there in her pastern. Up over the angle to her shoulder blade. We could just loosen her up and give her more relaxation as far as her skeleton goes to move around those other two, but a nice one there as well. Next couple of three that come in line, we got some differences in terms of depth of flank, how they're assembled in terms of balance. We need to elevate both ends of their skeleton and make them a bit more attractive from the side, but structurally we got to modify them to be more relaxed and more accurate and square at the ground to move up in class. But a really nice group of fitted Hampshires. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Hampshire fitted ewe lamb class. First place goes to Foster King on Foster King 2604. Second place, Alden Epley on Caskey F2 24. Third place, Alden Epley on Little 2602. Fourth place, Foster King on Foster King 2603. Fifth place, Foster King on Held 5082. And sixth place, Bristol McCracken on 2606.
A really, really good high caliber set of natural colored females for us out here. And the one we'll use here is the one that's just an absolute stud of a female for us to evaluate today. One that's just really, really bold and expressive in terms of her muscle shape. I just like the way that this female profiles really, really well. You put a handle on her, she's the one that's the widest topped in terms of her muscle structure. She's the one that's got the biggest and deepest loin on her for us today as well. You take a look at that fleece, boy, I love the color of it, and it really pops really, really well for us today. One that has an extremely bold crimp to it, one that we appreciate from that standpoint. If we could be critical about her, she's one of them that's going to be our lighter yielding fleeces for us today. I'd like to just have a bit more density thrown into that overall skin coverage on her, but that's being critical of a really, really good sound and square statured type of female. Nothing to take away from that one there in second. One that we really appreciate for the maternal attributes that she brings to the ring for us today. She's really big and bold, expressive in terms of her chest and her capacity. One we appreciate for the squareness of Doc on her. I really, really like, again, the natural muscle shape throughout the carcass of this female for us today. When we compare A to B, she's just a little shorter coupled. She's shorter loin for me, but I do like that hip and Doc set a little bit better for me today. As we take a look at that fleece, I think she's patterned very similarly to our class winner. We just get lost a little bit in that center cavity as we take a look at that fleece. But as we talk about consistency, the front and the rear is really consistent. If we can coarsen it, or if we could match it up a little bit better there through that center portion of the body, I think she'd be really, really hard to get around as well. We come into a more moderate type of sheep here, maybe a bit more plain in terms of her style, in terms of the profile, and the way that she appears for us in the ring today. Really appreciate, again, these females here, guys. If you want to talk about muscle shape and a wool breed, come handle these top three here. Really, really impressive, bold, natural set. Really like the amount of natural muscle in the hind leg set on her. She's got some inner and outer bulge to that hind leg set for us, and do appreciate her from that standpoint. When we compare A to B to C here, C wants to get a little bit more narrow tracking as we evaluate her from the front. She wants to get a little straighter in that rear hock. If we could get her straightened up in some of those parts and pieces, we'd have a really, really good female that could be super competitive anywhere across the nation. We'll come into a cool color type of female here in fourth, one that we appreciate in terms of her design. I like the way that she is presented for us today. She's really big and bold and expressive in terms of her muscle shape. Out of any of the individuals out here, I think this one does a really, really nice job from the profile of getting that muscle shape down to a T. For me today, she's a little shorter coupled. She's shorter bodied. She's a little bit more shallow in terms of her rib shape. I'd like to bust her apart throughout the center portion of her skeleton. I'd like to get a bit more mass on top to get her to slide up the scale for us. We'll use a really big and bold and rugged type of female for our U here in fifth, one that we appreciate for the depth of body, for the amount of mass throughout the center portion of her skeleton. She's super, super big top, but as we start to handle her from front to rear, she gets a little bit narrow and pinched across the shoulders. She wants to slope off ever so slightly as we work back to that tail head. If we could get her level it out across the top, and if we could balance her, especially in that front end assembly, that would make a really, really good, strong foundational female as well. But a good set here. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
Switching back over here on the Hampshire division, we got a nice ewe-lamb here to begin. And like, you know, I mentioned it before, but I think as far as the judging class goes, I think if you had a team you're associated with, just what an excellent representation. We've got quality all the way down, but we've got differences to discuss. And I think there's a lot of different things you could make points of. Obviously, the sheep that wins the class is not the biggest. And being in a more mature, you know, fall ewe-lamb type of a class, you know, technically that's supposed to be a disadvantage. But when you discuss quality of skeleton, organization of skeleton, appropriateness of condition for her development and maturity, that's the one that needs to win the class. So you can come into the reasons room and discuss those points and break it down, you know, from a foundational standpoint. That's the one that makes the most sense to go ahead and win, but a really nice one there to begin. A big fan of the sheep in second. You talk about utility, ruggedness and muscle shape and depth of flank, depth of side, roundness of rib cage. This one's going to go out and produce. She's going to do a lot of really good things when it comes to a female in production. When you take her home and what she's going to generate, she has a lot of really good pieces about her. But in comparison to the one that begins the class, in terms of the show ring, she's got to have more elite features up front. She's got to be more extended. She's got to be better in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. But the biggest thing I think for her is like she's just pushing way too much up over that last rib. We need to lean her up for this stage of the game to make her more attractive, but one that's definitely been cared for at a high level, not missing any meals. She's awfully nice as well. One coming in next is another one in terms of muscle shape, broodness, roundness of rib cage. That's another one that's going to fit the bill, but she's awful plain on both ends. We want to make her a little bit more elite stock up front, tuck up her chest floor a little more, lengthen her hip and hind leg out, and have her carry herself just a little neater uphill once you set her in motion. But another one that's got a lot of good things about her. We got a really sleek and neat feminine one here that's lean up front. I think probably one of the better ones in the class when it comes to front end assembly, but we just got to have more sheep once you get out behind her, more top side shape and dimension and more hip and hind leg muscle to get around those we place right above them. But a really nice class of fall ewe lambs. Congratulate them, a nice job.
Results from your natural colored show yearling U class. First place, Nolan Smith on Little Oaks Livestock 2530. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland 1795-60. Third place, Chase Carpenter on Craig 2522. Fourth place, Brooke Hershey on Wolf 22007. Fifth place, Spencer Copeland on Broken Arrow 674. Sixth place, Archer Copeland on LRC 3002. Seventh place, Lincoln Dillon on Mentor Homestead 4007. Eighth place, Lincoln Dillon on Mentor Homestead 5022. Results from your Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, Taylor Henson on Big Springs 2570. Second place, Isabella Paragowitz on Poe 26045. Third place, Noah McAllister on Alpha Omega 2550. And fourth place, William Deering on 8674.
A pretty easy sorting class for a natural colored fall ewe lambs. The one out front here is just, in my mind, the one that's just most complete. I really like the angles. I like the levelness of top. I like the balance of this female. As you take a look at her from the front end, I think she's just as good as you can get them in terms of front end assembly. I love the way that neck is laid into that shoulder blade. I think it just does a nice job in terms of her transition. You put a handle on her. She's big top. She's long loin. She's big hipped as well. When we compare her to the rest of them in the class today, she's the biggest footed, the biggest bone female. You take a look at that fleece. She is our highest yielding fleece. It's the most dense fleece, and it's one that's the most consistent as we work from front to rear. A nice ewe. Congratulations. We'll come into the ewe here in a second. One that's a bit more moderate in terms of her scale and her size. One that has a ton of rib shape to her. I like the capacity. I like the size of her in terms of commercial application. You put a handle on her as well. She's probably just as wide topped as that female out front. She just gets a little shorter coupled, a little shorter saddled for me today. As we see them roll throughout the ring, she might be just a tick more stiff in terms of that rear hock set, but that's being pretty critical of a good female there. In second, we'll come into the more coarsely made female here in third, one that's just a little bit smaller, just gets outpowered in terms of size. I do like the levelness of top and squareness of dock on this female. As we take a look at her from the side, however, comparing her to the others in the class, she tends to run downhill a little bit. She wants to get a bit heavier fronted. If we could change over so slightly, I'd like to drop that rear flank, and I'd like to fine up that fleece. For me today, she gets a little inconsistent, especially as we work throughout that rear leg. She wants to get a bit too coarse for me today.
Results from the natural colored fall ewe lamb class. First place goes to Nolan Smith on Little Oaks Livestock 2650. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland 1795. Third place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland, 1790 5-72. Now entering the ring for your natural colored show are Spring Ewe Lambs. Final call, Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs. Final call, Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs.
For our ewe lamb class here in the natural colored drive, we'll leave them lined up the way that they came in. We'll use the lighter colored female to help us win the class. And I think for me today, we're going to use power and mass over anything else. This female here is the one that's got the most amount of product underneath the hide for me today. One that is just very, very solid throughout the center of her body. One that's probably got a bit more hip shape and style to her when we compare it to the ewe there in second. You take a look at this fleece here, very, very unique in terms of its color pattern and the way that it's laid into that hide. One that we appreciate for the design and structure of that crimp. I love the boldness of it. I like the fineness of it as well. We might be venturing on being too fine here, but I think for today's purposes, we look just fine. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like her to behave a little bit and try to get her extended out. I think if we could get her stuck right, she'd be as pretty as a picture. She just doesn't want to behave and cooperate for us today. Young lady here in second's got one that's just stuck really, really well. When you look at them from the profile, she'd be my winner there from that standpoint alone. She's super balanced in terms of levelness atop. She's clean fronted. She's got that chest floor brought right up where we like them to be and clean in terms of her pattern and her kind. For me, as we compare 1 to 2, this female here is the one that's a bit lighter muscled. She's also the one that's a bit lighter bone for me today. You take a look at her fleece. She's just a little bit shorter fleece. She's got some consistency of fleece. I'd like to improve the consistency throughout. I'd like to increase the density of fleece on this female as well. But a nice pair here. Congratulations.
I got to be honest with you. This one was hard. This was probably one of the harder decisions that we've had yet this morning. I think when you put this entire group of ewe lambs together, there's a ton of differences, and I'll be honest, I'm not completely happy with some things. You know how we shook it out, but I think you have to just think back. You know, go back to the basics of livestock judging and selection and evaluation, and weigh out the categories and who's going to surface more in those separate categories. And to me, that's how you mark a safe card, and that's kind of what happened in this regard. We just got a lot of nice females in a big class, but they're really, really different all the way through. But we've got quality all the way down, so you exhibitors are definitely to be commended. But to me, I think a comfortable place to begin is the one that we use. Is she the biggest sheep out here? Absolutely not. So you could make that argument. Is she big enough? Is she tall enough at the point of her shoulder? And to me, I think for this particular age break and this particular class, I'm going to go ahead and let it say that she is, because everything else, she's got the most quality of skeleton. She's big muscled. She's round in her body shape, round in her rib cage, and she's the trendier one in terms of feature. Now, I would like to extend her front end. I would like a couple more vertebrae there to make her a little bit more elegant in her front end assembly, but that goes with her body shape and her body type, kind of genetically what she's designed for. She's the bigger top sheep that's bigger out the end. I think she's a nice, safe place to start. Now, completely counter-wise to her is the one that we put in second. And I'm not the biggest fan when judges, are really inconsistent and they use different shapes and sizes and colors, but I was kind of forced to do so in this particular class because to me, those are the best two sheep in the group. Talk about the one in second. This is the better built one that's more extended. She's one that's neater and more elegant about her front end. She's more tucked up in her chest floor. She's shallower and more up and out. She's a tick longer bodied. Along with that, she gets a little too long bodied for me. And she's got some lean muscle shape and dimension. And she's not as highly featured. She's not as fuzzy. She's not as white featured as that one is that wins the class. Not that that's a big deal, but it does weigh into your consideration when you're thinking of the overall big picture. I just want to shorten this one's up, shorten this one's spine up just a little bit, give her a little bit more punch and power once you get out behind her, because she's very feminine and very cool, very high quality up front. Really nice one there in second. I'm a big fan of this sheep in third as well. I think depth of flank, roundness of rib cage, softness of center rib and skeleton, she's probably the best one in the group because she's broody, she's pulled down, underline's really nice. That one's just the plain one when you compare her to those other top three. She's one that dips down in her chest floor and her shoulder blade. She gets rounder and more coarse there in her hip and hind leg structure when you set her in motion. I just like to modify that one off both ends, make her a bit neater and more attractive off both sides to move up, but a really high quality one there in three. Another one here is same story. We're going to completely counter the one that we placed right above her with one that's just totally different. This one's way stretched out, up and elegant and shallow and neat and extended. Along with that, though, moving down the line, she's the one that gives up the most in terms of depth of flank and stoutness of structure and skeleton from behind. That one's got to have more muscle for me, and I want to change her wedge. When you study her chest floor in relation to her flank, I want to wedge her the other way and have her run more uphill. But that's one that's just really nice and neat, sleek and feminine up front with some hard muscle shape. One coming in next is kind of the same story. This one appears to be, and I'm going to go out and guess that she appears to be a lot more behind in terms of maturity. She appears to be really young. She doesn't have quite the power and punch and substance of those that we place right above her, but that sheep's got a ton of quality, really good in organization of her skeleton. She's one that's really long and level and feminine up front, but of the top five, she's the one that's just given up too much, but that one's going to get there someday. Very excellent group of Hampshire females. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Results from your Hampshire Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Madeline Kovacs on HC Show Stock 26108. Second place, Colt McCoy on McCoy 1702. Third place, Isabella Paragowitz on Westlake 2602. Fourth place, Allison Kendall on Hogger 26013. Fifth place, Foster King on 3442. Sixth place, Kara Napke on Scarlet Acres 2627. Seventh place goes to Michaela Houdenshield on HC 26017. Eighth place, Colt McCoy on McCoy 1703. Ninth place, Alyssa White on 26105. And in 10th place, Alyssa White with 3431. Now entering the ring, Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs. Results from your natural colored winter ewe lambs. First place, Archer Copeland on PNC 26-3. Second place, Brooke Hershey on SF 26-2. Currently in the ring, natural colored spring ewe lambs.
What a stellar class to sort through over here on the natural colored side. And folks, if you're looking for a natural colored female, look at this female that we've got here on the top end. It's kind of a little bit about where's Waldo, something doesn't match, and I think it's the female that's out front. She's just at a different class, a different playing field compared to the others in the class for us today. One that's just very, very feminine in nature in the way that she's built and designed, but has that mass, has that structure, has that physique that we want to see in an animal that has some characteristic in terms of its overall muscularity and design. One that's just dead level across the top. She's big top, she's big footed, she's big bone. You take a look at the fleece, very consistent as you work throughout it. One that's super, super dense, just a stellar female to help us start off the class. Nothing to take away from that female there in our second place position. One that's just super, super long in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her design. One we like quite a bit from that standpoint. I like how clean she is and elegant she is in terms of her front end assembly. As you compare to A to B, she just doesn't have that wow factor, doesn't have that mass, doesn't have that width across the top. But you take a look at her from behind, she does have that hip shape. She's got that hat saddle shape that puts her there pretty easily in my mind. You come here to that ewe in third, one that's very similar in terms of type and kind, the way she's designed from that shoulder back, very, very long in terms of her skeleton. She's super long loin, one that's got the ability to produce a lot of product for us today. For me today, she just isn't as neatly assembled in that front end. If we could take that neck and put it back into her skeleton ever so slightly, clean up that chest floor, clean up that front end, and work her to be a bit more smooth in terms of her angles, I think we improve her quite a bit. We'd like to bring that tail dock up. I'd like to drop that flank down, but that's being pretty critical of a good female there in third. As we come here into fourth and fifth, a couple of females that are built very similarly in terms of their type and kind. Super, super long-bodied. I think they've got some good rack shape to them. They've got a good hind saddle on them as well. For me, we just don't get them presented nearly as well as I'd like them to see. I'd like to get them stretched out. I'd like to get them level across the top. I'd like to improve that clip, that consistency throughout as we evaluate that fleece. But a good set of females here. Congratulations.
We've got a nice one to begin our spring class here. Just one that's a little trendier in her overall skeletal build. That's the bigger footed female that's heavier constructed and built wider from the ground up. Offers more density in terms of her muscle placement or depth of flank, really round in her rib cage. I think that's the one that needs to win this particular group. We like the depth of side and the flank structure of this one here that comes in second. One that's opens up from behind. She's got some shape to her outer leg and depth to her twist. That one needs to be stretched out from the side. That one gets a little shorter coupled, not quite as attractive, not quite as sleek as that one is that begins the class. One coming in next counters her with front end assembly and skeletal extension. That one's got to be modified from a balance standpoint, just like to lift her tail head up, give her a shot more neatness in terms of her chest floor and the angle to her shoulder blade, but one that aside from that balances up nicely from a brood standpoint. One coming in next, I think from her hip forward, is neat and feminine up front. She's shallow and elevated there in her chest floor. Got to have more muscle in that one to move up in class. And then the same story for the one that completes our top five. We've got a sheep that's easy feeding, efficient in terms of her rib cage and depth of flank, but we got to change her in terms of a show animal look to move her up in this particular drive. Good set there in the spring group. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Hampshire Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Alexis White on 34.62. Second place, Chloe Lake on Lake 26.133. Third place, Haley Meese on Cornerstone 0231. Fourth place, Carson Henson on Schroyer 34.51. Fifth place, Hannah Winner on Sheep Thrills 0122. Sixth place, Emma Winner on Sheep Thrills 0112. Seventh place, Bristol McCracken on Sheep Thrills 0115. Eighth place, Eva Lammers on Sheep Thrills 0123. Results from your natural colored Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place, Caitlin Wolf on Daphne. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland Sparrow. Third place, Chase Carpenter on Menor Homestead 6111. Fourth place, Spencer Copeland on Broken Arrow 852. Fifth place, Spencer Copeland on Thiessen 2616. Sixth place, Wade Cap on Bolin 2459. Seventh place, Lane Cap on Bolin 2460. And eighth place, Cora Cap on Bolin 2469. Currently in your East Ring is your natural color champion U Drive, and currently in the West Ring is your Hampshire U champion Drive.
Big round of applause here for our Hampshire exhibitors as we select our champion female. Come on, we can do better than that, can't we? Let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors. Impressive set of females. You know, when you're at a Midwest State Fair like this, you're expected to see some really good ones. And I think, you know, that goes without saying. We've got some different varieties in this breed. We've got some different lanes that you could pick, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And yeah, it does create a little bit of inconsistency when it comes to, you know, selecting evaluators and making decisions. But what I try to do best is, you know, I find myself in a lot of different breeds at a lot of different show rings, and I always just try to be consistent. And good livestock is good livestock. You know, no matter if we're looking at sheep, fitted sheep or sheared sheep, or when you get into some other off breeds or wool sheep or anything like that, I think think good livestock is just represented, as far as it goes on a basic level. So, I get the opportunity to judge a lot of shows, here and there, or at least I used to, in and outside of the U.S. And I find myself in some variety of different breeds. But what we've always tried to stay tuned with is just good animals that represent livestock production. They represent the game as far as the show ring goes. You try to keep a balance of mindset when you're evaluating them on that regard. And I think this Hampshire division does that really well as far as covering all the bases. We've got some really nice fitted ewes that fit into that fitted division just extremely well with an abundance of quality and dimension. And then we've got some sheared ewes that come off on the sheared side that, again, just set the bar really high. So it's just what it comes down to is just a personal preference and what you're able to be safe with. And I think, this decision is fairly, it comes forth fairly easily when you're just talking about, just picking the one you like, because there's going to be a lot of differences of opinion. A lot of different people are going to do different things. But as I mentioned before in the Southdown division, if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't be very, very progressive. So, disagreeing is okay. But to me, I think in this Hampshire division, there's two of them that just suit me just a little neater in terms of what I look for in my females as far as that show animal look with some organization of skeleton, some attractiveness of skeleton, and then they have to have a little bit of feature just to fit into that show ring side. But then again, we don't forget what they're built for, and they have to have muscle, they have to have rib shape and be practical in their skeletal body and build. And I think there's a couple of them that are going to come out and surface for me just a little better, just putting all those good pieces together. But really impressive group all the way through. Let's congratulate those Hampshire exhibitors one more time. I'll get your champion and reserve female.
Folks, let's give these guys one more big round of applause over our natural colored side. You talk about big, pretty sheep that have got some muscle, they've got some correctness in terms of their design, and they've got some really, really nice medium-type fleeces on them. I think we've done a nice job of sorting these females to the top. And so as we work through some of these classes, we'll talk briefly about them because I think they're that good and that powerful in terms of their depth of choices in these classes. We've got a couple yearlings up front that are just super, super sound, especially given their size and the type and kind that they are. They've got some muscle shape, they've got some boldness of rib, they've got some top shape to them as well. We come back into those falls, and I tell you what, those falls may be on track to being just as big, if not bigger, if they come back next year to the state fair. And in terms of their skeletal size, their design, I love the length of body, especially on that class winner. We come into those winter lambs, some that are just super, super green, and that's all right for this stage of the game. They're kind of hit that awkward growth stage, but a couple of them there that are just good. Just outright good in terms of their type and kind, the kind that you like to take home and feed and continue to make them better. And then we come back into those young guns back there in that spring class, a couple of that pair up really, really well, a couple that are just very, very attractive and flashy in terms of the style and kind that they present for us here today. As we take a look at some of these females, in my mind, I've gone back and forth between what we want to do. And in my mind, I think you could change it based upon your breeding program and based upon what you like. But for me today, it's going to go more on style and appearance and structural correctness. So with that being said, we'll get off here and we'll go shake the hand of your Grand and Reserve. Let's give these guys one more round of applause.
Your Ohio State Fair Hampshire Show is sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, and Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and OSIA League Council. Your champion, Hampshire U, goes to Allison Kendall. The banner is sponsored by Cornerstone Livestock and presented to you by Corey Wagner and Caden Tackett. Your reserve champion, Hampshire U, goes to Madeline Kovacs. And your banner sponsor is Cornerstone Livestock Company, presented by Corey Wagner and Caden Tackett. Your Ohio State Fair Natural Colored Show, sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, and Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and OSIA League Council. Your champion, Natural U, goes to Kalen Wolf. And the banner is sponsored by Belmar Farms and presented by Julian Hadley and Knox Paulus. Your reserve champion, Natural U, goes to Nolan Smith. Banner sponsored by Little Oaks Livestock and presented by Caden Saylor. Results from your Hampshire flock class. First place goes to Allison Kendall. Second place, Foster King. Third place, Colt McCoy. And fourth place, Bristol McCracken. First call, Katahdin Yearling Rams to the West Ring. First call, Katahdin Yearling Rams. Results from your natural colored show out of the flock class. First place goes to Nolan Smith. Second place, Brooke Hershey. Third place, Archer Copeland. And fourth place, Spencer Copeland. The award for Best Flock was sponsored by Belmar Farms, presented by Julie and Knox Paulus. Final call, West Ring. Final call, Katahdin Yearling Rams. Final call, Katahdin Yearling Rams. First call, Columbia Yearling Rams in the East Ring. First call, Columbia Yearling Rams.
As we switch gears here, you know, like I just mentioned in the Champion Hampshire U-Drive, we're going to switch over and go into hair sheep. And again, not scared of it at all. I've seen a lot of these things over the years in other countries, and what a cool breed. And you just certainly have to appreciate their multi-purpose facets when it comes to the industry and what they're utilized for. Yeah, maybe they're a little different than you know, the club lamb types and some of the other things, you know, that we usually see at a sheep show or a show ring, but when they're starting to make these things better and improve quality and skeletal build, it just makes the industry so much more adaptive when you're talking about recruiting new people to get involved and get involved in raising sheep. So not taking anything away from a commercial Katahdin, utilization in far as their place in the industry. So really excited to get started with this breed as we get started. We got a single entry yearling ram. Unfortunately, you could use a lot more competition because what a solid boned, dense, big footed, heavy constructed critter that just really opens up and offers a ton of mass and dimension up over the top side of his skeleton. Think about what he's going to be utilized for and what he's going to bring to the table in general. I think he's got a lot of really good parts and pieces. Give the young man a nice round of applause. A nice way to start off the Katahdin show.
First place with your Katahdin Yearling Ram goes to Logan Inbody on ALAM 521. Now entering the ring for the Katahdin show, Fall Ram Lambs. The Ohio Natural Colored Sheep Association sponsored the award for Best Fleece, and it goes to Nolan Smith. Final call, Columbia Yearling Rams, final call.
I think a challenging group here in this second class. Obviously, we've got some differences and some variety again, but I'm going to use the one that I feel like is just more comfortable and solid. Obviously, he's not the biggest statured sheep of the group, but squareness of build, foundation, correctness of skeleton. I think this one's better in terms of his hip and hind leg. He's more relaxed at the deeper part of his heel and gets out and goes just a little bit neater off his hind end. The front end we could reconstruct a little bit and have him be a bit better there in terms of his toe placement adjustment, but I think from there back, he's the thicker built sheep that's wider up top. He's bigger in his loin edge, but I like his hip and hind leg better than the one that we put in second. One in second, obviously the class advantage is the taller, longer one that's more extended. If you're looking for a shot of growth curve to put in your sheep, this is the one to use. But of that, once you study him on the motion, that's the one that gets the most upright and rigid in his hind leg. He's a little more piecier there in terms of his pastern. I want to relax him at the depth of his heel. I want to give him a more square and accurate set once you put him in motion going about the ring, but a nice sheep there in terms of his growth and extension. We got a young man sheep here in third. You know, he just ran into two that just had a little bit more on both sides. I mean, this guy is solid. He's good and deep in part of his flank. He's round in his rib cage. He just doesn't have as much either growth or muscle as the two that we placed right above him, but a nice set of three. Congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
Results from your Katahdin Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, Logan Embody on ALAM 548. Second place, Lauren Julian on SRS 0839. Third place, Jacob Lewis on LLS 01. Now entering the ring, Katahdin Spring Ram. In the ring is Katahdin Winter Lambs. First and final call, Katahdin Spring Lambs. First and final call, Columbia Fall Ram. First place with your Katahdin Winter Ram Lamb, Julian Lauren.
We got a single here, but another one, it's just unfortunate there's not more to show him up against because this sheep represents a lot of quality from the side. He's square built, he's level out of his top, he's deep and practical in his center body and his flank, his rib cage. That one's sound moving too once you put him in motion and gets out and goes really well. Nice one there for the young ladies. Congratulate them, a good job.
Over here on the wool side, we'll roll into the Columbia breed, and boy, we've got a nice fall ram lamb here for us to start off our ram drive. One that's just super, super long and extended through the center of his body. One that's got some rack and rib shape to him as well. I appreciate the natural muscle shape on the top end. I think he's got some depth and dimension to that loin to him as well. You take a look at him from behind, he's super square hipped, one that just tracks really, really nice for me today. You go ahead and take a look at that fleece, one that's very bright and vibrant, one that's got some luster to it. Got some staple link to it as well. Just a good specimen here to start off our Columbia drive. Congratulations.
First place in your Columbia Fall Ram Lamb class goes to Clay Cobb on Cobb F 23115. Now in the ring are your Columbia Winter Ram Lamb class. "2026 is the second time that the opportunity for live streaming at the Ohio State Fair breeding sheep shows has been provided in the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn Promotion Auction. The company that has been tasked with providing the Ohio State Fair breeding sheep shows live streaming is Ringside Live. They will be live streaming during the 3 days of the Ohio State Fair breeding sheep junior shows. The sponsors include Ohio Southdown Association, Ohio Hampshire Association, Ohio Dorset Breeders Association, Hilltop Showstock, Forsey Southdowns, Fowler Southdowns, Diamond S Southdowns, Alpha and Omega Genetics, Ohio Suffolk Association, Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Martin Livestock, Marilyn and Greg Fogel and Family, Nichols Sheep Farm, Wolf Brothers, Rivenoak Livestock, Hershey Cropland, Patterson Fruit Farm and Roothorn Dorsets, T.H. Wallace Farms, Kirkpatrick Ramblés, Buckshot Farms, Ohio Natural Color Association, and Ohio All Breeds Picnic.
We got another challenging set of 3 here in this Katahdin Ram class. I'm just going to use the combination sheep. He's the one of the 3. He's the one that's the most three-dimensional as foundation. He's the wider skeleton sheep that's built bigger and wider from the ground up. Is he the tallest statured? Absolutely not. But he's one that has the most three-dimensional animal shape to him. He's got some power and some thickness up top. He puts together a nice front end. I think he's a solid place to begin. Now, the tallest statured one, the one that offers the most length and extension, obviously is the one in second. He's the bigger curved sheep that's got more to him as far as a skeletal outline. Got a little bit more wool on his back than probably what we would prefer, but one that definitely puts together a nice picture from the side. But I need to change that guy from a skeletal standpoint off of both ends when you compare him back to the one that begins. That's a bigger issue for me. He's a straighter fronted, a little more restricted moving type of a sheep there in second. 1 and 3, I like him a great deal as far as just a solid, deep-bodied, round rib cage, practical built kind of a ram. That's the one where he fits. But like we mentioned a little bit earlier in one of the other classes, he's one that just doesn't have quite enough off both ends of the categories as the 2 that we placed right above him. But a good set of 3 there in the Katahdin group. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Set of 3 bucks over here on our Columbia side, and we're going to use the one that has the most ring presence for me to win the class today. One that's just super, super elevated in terms of his skeleton, one that's really long in terms of his spine, one that has a ton of rack and rib shape to him as well. You get behind this guy here, he tends to want to narrow up ever so slightly, but given his age and given his size, I think he's going to mature. I think he's just in one of those weird growth patterns. You take a look at that fleece, very, very soft and subtle to the touch, one that's pretty consistent. If we can improve that fleece ever so slightly, I'd like to have a little bit more length just to evaluate it a bit more. We've got a brood of a ram here in second, one that's more of a carcass-oriented type of sheep, one that's just super, super big top. Really impressed by the natural muscle shape on him. If you're looking for something to throw some meat and muscle into the Columbia breed, this is your guy right here. He's got a nice hind saddle. He's got a good hip and leg to him as well. He's got a ton of bone. He's our biggest footed ram in the class for us today as well. Unfortunately, to me, he just doesn't play the part. We just need to get him balanced across that top. If we can get him picked up in that shoulder set, if we can bring that rump set up ever so slightly, get him cleaned up in the front end, boy, he'd be a powerhouse of a ram right there and win that class hands down, no problem. We come into more of an extended and plainer sided and maybe a shallower sided ram here for our third place position. One that we like in terms of his kind, in terms of his length of body, one that I think has a ton of potential. He's very clean fronted for me today. Unfortunately for me today, he wants to get a little soft up in that front end. He wants to get a little heavier front ended, but a good set of rams here. Let's give our Columbia breeders a nice round of applause.
Let's keep it going and congratulate our Katahdin exhibitors here as we select our first champion of the morning here in the Ram division. Like we mentioned before, we've got some multi-purpose style of sheep that really put a lot of good pieces together. And, you know, as I alluded to a little bit as we began the show, you got to have a lot of categories for this particular breed, because I want to say, if my history is correct, I want to say it took about 20 different breeds to create this breed when they did so about 30 years ago. But just what a unique rise and how they've come up in the industry. I want to say that they're probably one of the more popular breeds in America at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So really neat to see these things getting into the show ring, and people are getting into them and making them better and making them more attractive and more fit for the show ring. And like we mentioned before, I think that's a really good feature to have in terms of your association. So good job to you guys. We'll select $2 out of this deal that just bring forth a little more practicality. I think that fit both sides of the industry a little better in terms of muscle shape and dimension when you're going to discuss terminal sire aspects, and then still they offer that show animal look. And since we're standing in the show ring, that's got to be considered there as well. So get your hands together, congratulate these exhibitors. I'll get your champion and reserve Katahdin Ram.
Another good Columbia buck for us to take a look at. Unfortunately, a single entry, and I think one that could stand a bit of competition himself as well. One that's very similar to that carcass-oriented ram we saw in that previous class. This guy here, just the same. Big topped, he's big shaped. One that's got a fair bit of depth and dimension to that muscle shape and structure on him. I like the footwork. I like the bone work on this guy as well. You take a look at his fleece. He's got one of the denser fleeces that we've evaluated today. Very soft and subtle to the touch. Just a good ram for us today. Congratulations.
Results from the Columbia show from your winner Ram Lamb class. First place, Claire Morris on Copeland, 8:10. Second place, Lane Cap on Bolin, 24:48. Third place, Ella Kitzler on E26:01. From your Columbia Ram Lamb, Spring Ram Lamb class, Wade Cap on Bolin, 24:72. Your Katahdin Spring Ram Lamb class, first place, Annie Sailing on WHW 26021. Second place, Lauren Julian on BNG 26264. And third place, Hudson Wiesend on WHW 26014. Your champion, Katahdin Ram, goes to Logan Inbody. The banner is sponsored by the Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion, Katahdin Ram, goes to Annie Sailing. The banner is donated by the Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador.
Folks, so unfortunately, we just have a few rams for us to evaluate in the Columbia breed, but a really, really good set and a deep set of rams here. Just wish we had a few more to compare and contrast against. Just again, really high quality. This is one of our biggest breeds that we have in the nation. Very well known for muscle development and also being able to track in the rangeland and have a good, fine wool clip. We've got some really, really good animals out here. There's a couple out here in my mind that stand out quite a bit. I think they play the part really, really well. They've got the frame, they've got the structure, they got the bone work, they've got the footwork that allows them to work in those systems, and they got a nice fleece to boot. With that being said, we'll get off here and shake the hand of your Granite Reserve.
The Ohio State Fair Columbia show is sponsored by the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, Select Livestock Services, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Ohio All Breeds Picnic, and Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Nationwide Insurance, and the OSAI League Council. Your champion, Columbia Ram, goes to Clay Cobb. Banner sponsored by Copeland Family Sheep Farm, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion, Columbia Ram, goes to Claire Morris. And the reserve champion banner sponsored by Ohio Columbia Association, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau Lead Council ring is your Katahdin Yearling Ewes. And currently in the ring, the Adam Family Club Lambs ring is the Columbia Yearling Ewes. First and final call, Katahdin Fall Ewe Lambs. First and final call, Columbia Fall Ewe Lambs.
I think an awesome set of Katahdin Yearling Ewes here in this group. Pay attention to this one that wins the class. This dapple-colored female really punched her ticket in here when it comes to discussing that show animal look, but still serving the multi-purpose design that this breed is utilized for. This one is just really up and out there. I think when it comes to skeletal build, attractiveness, she's the stronger spined one that's more attractive on the move. Comes together in her hip and hind leg structure a lot squarer and more accurate. She's round bodied. She offers a ton of shape and curvature to her rib cage, deep and soft centered. I think a nice place to start here in this particular division. I'm a big fan of this blonde one here in second as well. I mean, she's got every attribute you want in terms of depth of side, practicality, brood ewe potential. All those things fit her extremely well. She's just a little smaller. When you compare her back to that one that we use, she's just a little shorter statured, but that's not taking anything away from her as far as what she's going to be utilized for and what she's going to generate, because she's thick-ended, she's round-bodied, she's big top, she's got some muscle. Just want to, stand her up a little taller there at the point of her shoulder compared to that one that we used to win the class. I'm a big fan of the white one that comes next as well. This one's round-bodied, deep-sided, brood ewe potential here. She's a shorter-bodied sheep that just gets a little rounder off of both ends. I want to see her come up and out of her chest floor and her neckline just a little neater. I want to elevate her hip structure and extend her from there back in terms of her spine length when you compare her back to those right above her, but a nice one there in terms of her center body dimension. This one here resembles our class winner more than the other two that we placed right above her. She's one that from her hip and hind leg forward is put together really nicely. She's shallow and smooth in her shoulder blade. She's extended, got tons of femininity. I need to change that one's hip and hind leg. When you put that one in motion, That's one that gets a more short stride. She's more rigid and she's more restrictive, and I don't like the way that she drops her hip and her pin set when you put her in on the move. But if we could change that about her, make her more attractive from that end of her skeleton, that top 3 or 4 gets a lot closer because she's super nice from there forward. Brown one here coming in next is another one that, in terms of depth of flank, center body dimension, practicality, she's going to fit all of those categories really nicely. I just like to balance her up, make her more attractive in terms of that show animal look compared to those that we placed right above them. But a really nice set of Katahdin females. Congratulate them. A great job.
A really cool set of females to sort through on our Columbia side. The yearling ewe that we use to win the class is just the one that's got the most mass, biggest center of body. She's got the most natural muscle shape to her overall compared to the others in the class for us today. You take a look at her, she's big hips, she's big saddled, she's pretty thick and wide across the top, but what it gets for me today underneath that hide is that she's the biggest and thickest loin for me at the end of the day. You take a look at her fleece there, we wish it was a little bit cleaner, but as we work down through it, it's got consistency from front to rear, top to bottom. I like the crimp, I like the structure on her. A good ewe to start us off with. Congratulations. We come in here to 2, one that's really big and pretty from the side, one that profiles probably just a tick better. She's got a square hip on her. I like the way that she is presented for us today. One that's probably balanced in terms of her top line and bottom line really, really well. She's probably our widest top female in the class, but when you evaluate A to B here, B is just shallow loined for me today. She's big top, but just doesn't have that depth of muscle as we see in our class winner. You take a look at her fleece, boy, it's pretty. It's got a lot of luster. It's soft and subtle to the touch. I just wish that there was more to it. Just isn't as dense as what we see in that class winner. We come into a unique sheep here in 3, one that I think is really, really good for her type and her kind. I like the moderate frame and size to her. I like the amount of muscularity throughout the center of her body on this one. For me, what gets me is that she's got a really, really unique and neat fleece, one that has a ton of character, some good pattern to it as we work through it. For me, I question whether it's getting a little bit too fine to be comparative to the others in the class today. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to bring that tail head up and level her out across the top. We come into a big stout brood ewe here in 4th, one that's got a big rack and big rib into her, one that's got a ton of capacity. I like the top line on her as well. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd actually like to trim her up throughout that front end. Of all of our females to here today, I think she's the one that's carrying the most condition. I'd like to get her slimmed up, especially being really close to breeding season. As we come into our ewe here in 5th that helps us round out the class, one that's very moderate in terms of her skeleton and size, one that's got a good and correct hip shape to her. I like the way she motors throughout the ring. She's very fluid and smooth in terms of her transitions. For me today, she just simply gets outpowered. She's a little bit narrow base, but a good set of ewes here. Congratulations.
I think a challenging set here to evaluate on this side. We got a sheep that comes up top. I think is just more comfortable, safer place to start in terms of density and overall rib shape and capacity. That one could be elongated a little bit off both ends to make her ideal, but I think that's the one that's got the most to her in terms of in between the 2 parts of her skeleton, in terms of her rib shape or depth of flank. I think she's a safer place to start here in that regard. The taller, longer one is the one in 2nd, the one that's got the most extension, the longer growth curve. I wish she had more of her up on top side of, and over the back side of her shoulder compared to that one that we used to win the class. And then a young man sheep here in 3, you really like her depth of flank, her rib cage. I think she's better structured than the sheep is that we place right above her. I just want to change her spine. I want to change her hip shape. I want to make her a little neater off both ends of her skeleton compared to those other 2. But a good set of 3 there. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Katahdin Yearling U class. First place goes to Audrey Julian on BNG 25,375. Second place, Logan Embody on ALAM 532. Third place, Annie Sailing on WHW 25.02. Fourth place, Audrey Julian on EHJ 515. Fifth place, Logan Embody on ALAM 0530. Sixth place goes to Hudson Wiesand on WHW 25006. Seventh place, Jacoby Meg on 30 MJM 2534. Eighth place, Jacoby Meg on RLH 2417. Results from your Katahdin Fall ULAM class. First place, Cole Collier on RIV 1140. Second place, Audrey Julian on 6059. Third place, Jacob Lewis on RIV 1149. Results from your Columbia Yearling U class. First place, Chloe Antle on Bussinger 70. Second place, Clay Cobb on Cobb 25084. Third place, Monroe Groves on Groves 0873. Fourth place, Claire Morris on Copeland 0693. And fifth place, Ella Kitzler on Mentor Homestead 4130.
Here in this late spring ULAM class, we got a red one here we're going to start with. I'm a really big fan of this one. She's super nice. When you study her from the three-quarter angle, that one is three-dimensional in her shape. She's wide skeletoned at the ground, carries that same advantage all the way up to the top side of her rib cage, and puts together a really nice front end that's neat and smooth. But yet she's still got some power and punch when you get right up over the top of her and out through her hip. Nice female there to begin. The taller, longer one is definitely the one in second. This one's got a little longer curve, a little more feature in terms of her stature. But once you put this one on the travel is where I have a little bit of issue. She wants to be more upright and rigid in her spine, gets more restrictive in her hip and hind leg. Just like to stretch her out, give her more flex and depth of heel when you set her in motion. But a good pair. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Katahdin Winter ULAM class. First place, Logan Embody on ALAM 0559. Second place, Vivian Julian on Hall 2619.
Pretty easy sorting class here on our fall U's on our Columbia Drive. We'll start the class off with the U that I think just plays the part for me in terms of overall structure and balance. One that's just really, really fluid in terms of her movement. I love the transitions throughout the skeleton on this female here. She's good in terms of her muscular design. She's good in terms of her structural correctness. Can't really find a hole in that female at all. You take a look at her fleece, very, very vibrant in terms of luster and the way that it's presented. Just a nice female to start off our class. We come into a U here in 2, one that's stamped very similarly to our class winner. I love the lines on this female. I like the squareness of dock on her as well. For me today, she tends to just get a little bit heavier fronted for me. If we could clean her up in that front end, if we could drop that flank, get her a bit more balance on the bottom end, and get her trimmed up through the center portion of her body, I think she could scoot around that one ahead of her today, no problem. We come into a third with kind of our problem child, and that's not a bad saying by any means. She's the one that's pretty. She's the one that we want to put up front. She's the one that's the most well presented in my mind. Very, very balanced in terms of the way that she's presented. She's our biggest and thickest bone female in the class for us today. You put a handle on here, that's where we run into some of those challenges. She's our lighter muscled. She's our finer skeleton up on the top end compared to those ahead of her today. She's got a good dense fleece as we evaluate it from the side. Just wish that there was a bit more consistency as we work from front to rear. Really cool female here that helps us round out the class in fourth. One that we do appreciate for length of body. I like the depth of body on her as well. She's really clean and trim up front. She gets deeper as we work back through the flank. Very maternal type of female for us here today. Unfortunately, as we compare to the rest of those ahead of her today, we just simply get outpowered. We need a few more days on feed. We need to slam a bit more muscle up in that top end. But a good set of females here. Congratulations.
Results from your Columbia Fall ULAMs. First place, Clay Cobb on Cobb 26042. Second place, Clay Cobb on Cobb 23119. Third place, Lincoln Dillon on Seifert 428. And fourth place, Dristan Pajak Stenger on Y23026.
Wow, just a really challenging group here, and there's not an easy thing to do on either end of the class, but I'll drop the livestock judging team thing one more time, because if you're going to learn how to evaluate hair sheep, or you're going to learn how to evaluate sheep that are multi-purpose, I think this is an excellent class. Now, obviously they're wedged way different. When you look at them from the outside, is that little one too skinny and raw to use? And that's the biggest question. Is she too small? Is she too, far behind when it comes to performance? But is the way I understand it, the dynamic of the age breaks are quite vast, and so just not knowing how old she is and just understanding that there may be 30 or maybe even 60 days in between some of these things, I think she's genuinely the better animal. So we're going to go ahead and let her win the class. When you study her as far as muscle definition, muscle shape, skeletal build, she's the better fronted one that's more dynamic and youthful in her rib cage. I think she transitions that with being a deeper bodied sheep that's more proportional in terms of her rear rib and flank. She's the soundest footed one when you set her in motion in terms of her skeletal build. Now, she gives up a lot of power and performance, obviously, in terms of her stature, but you take that into consideration as far as her age goes. I've got other issues with some of the ones that we place behind her, so we're going to let her go ahead and win, but a very interesting class. One coming in second is just a solid one. I think this one obviously outgrows and outperforms the one right above her today, but I think potentially when you think on down the road and how she's developed, she's one I don't think she's as unique. I don't think she's as neat in her rib and skeleton. Her hip and hind leg structure is the one that we used to win the class, so I slide her into second place, but she's got lots of rib cage, lots of depth of flank. I like the side on that one quite a bit. Now, the one I considered using the most is the one I put third, and as we got started, that's the bigger statured one that's longer and stronger in her spine. She's more level out through her hip. She's neat and tucked up in her chest floor and her shoulder blade. But my biggest issue with that one is when you put her on the travel, she's the one that's the most restrictive. She wants to tighten up in her hip and her pin set. She's a bit straighter there in her hip and hind leg. I want to loosen her up to get around those two that we placed right above her. But from there forward, I think has a lot of good to offer as well. Another challenging one, I think, obviously, this is probably the one of the class that's the highest performing. This is the fleshiest one that's got the most honor. She's the one that's the most mature in her overall rib and skeleton, but I think that works against her just a little bit because she's a little chubbier over the last rib, and she's the one I have the biggest issues with once you set them in motion. That one gets more restricted. She's not one to work with us as well, so it's hard to get a read on her, but that's the one that takes the shortest stride, the straightest off of both ends. But I think a really nice female in a very challenging class. So give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Results from your Katahdin Spring ULAM class. First place, Logan Embody on ALAM 0569. Second place, Hudson Wisen on WHW 26008. Third place, Vivian Julian on B&G 26316. Fourth place, Vivian Julian on B&G 26280.
Another good set of Columbia females out here. We'll use the female that's just more structurally sound and correct to help us win the class out here today. This girl's really, really good in terms of her rib shape. I like the depth of body on her. I like the length of lift of spine on her as well. You put a handle up on top here. She's just as wide as that female there is in second place. For me today, she's a bit more broad throughout the chest. She's got a little bit more in terms of stoutness on that hind end, especially the way that hind saddle is built for me today. But one that's just really, really good. As you take a look at this one's fleece, I think it's got a bit more characteristic to it. As you take a look at it, I think there's a bit more boldness to crimp, and I appreciate that for this breed. Just a nice one to start off the class. We come into a really big and rugged type of female here in second. One that's just packed full of muscle. One that's fed really, really well and fed right. One that's got some shape of loin to her. one that's got the biggest leg in the class for us today. Unfortunately, she just doesn't move this smooth for me today is the one that wins the class. She gets a little soft-footed up front. She wants to get a little straight in that hind hock set, but a good one nonetheless to get us there in second. A cool female here in third, one that's super, super long-bodied, probably our longest spine female here in the class for us today. One that's extremely clean-fronted for me, one that's very elegant as she transitions throughout the ring. For me today, comparing A to B, you just simply get outpowered. We need to have a shot more muscle up in that top end. I need some more dimension and size and shape to that muscle as well. But you take a look at that fleece, boy, I tell you what, looks very similar to that female up front. Very clean, very soft and subtle to the touch. A unique female that helps us round out the class here in fourth. One that's a bit more moderate in terms of her frame and her size, and I do appreciate her from that. I think she's the most efficient female in the class for us today. I think given her size, she's got the right amount of depth and body and dimension for me. Unfortunately, we simply just get outpowered. We need a bit more mass and top end shape, a bit more muscularity throughout the center portion of the skeleton. I'd like to pick that tail head up as well, but that one nonetheless has a really, really nice and clean, vibrant fleece. A nice set of females here. Let's give these guys a good round of applause.
Really want to congratulate our Katahdin exhibitors here on this side of the ring. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation here for this champion new drive. You know, I mentioned a couple times before, and I know these things, you know, for some people they're a little harder to look at. They're not as trendy as some other breeds out there. But when you study sheep and sheep production, I think what a better, there's not a better way to exemplify that with offering these types of hair sheep that bring forth this much skeletal quality and this much attraction. But I got to say again, I think it's one of the fastest up and coming rising breeds in the Youth Development Project, and that's just really exciting to see. I mean, we've got big numbers over at home in Indiana, and I know they're extremely popular on the East Coast, and they continue to climb when you get down there at Louisville. So definitely want to give these guys their time. I want to offer congratulations, and you exhibitors and breeders behind them need to be commended for the amount of quality that you brought forth here to the junior show at Ohio. But in this guy's opinion, there's one that came out of this breed that's pretty easy to find. Like we mentioned before, if you're going to study dual-purpose, multi-purpose sheep that are designed for what they're supposed to be utilized for, but then again, it's still going to be a sheep show, so we want them to have that show animal look. We want them to be high quality in their rib and skeleton, and I think there's one that surfaced pretty easily for me coming out of this division, just a really impressive female. And that's not taking anything away from the rest, because I think as far as a smaller numbered Katahdin female show, this one is extremely deep. So our reserve, it gets a lot closer. We're going to use one that just suits the trends just a little neater and a little better in terms of just being more dynamic in their rib and their skeletal build, but then still offer that depth of side and practicality and brood ewe potential. So just really impressed with this group of Katahdin females. Again, put your hands together one more time. I'll get your champion in reserve Katahdin.
Over here for our final class on the Columbia ewe lambs. We'll leave them lined up just the way that they came in. This might be a bit untraditional, but we're going to use the smaller female here. For me today, she's just the one that's a bit more structurally correct, freer moving throughout the ring. You put a hand on her, she's the one that's got the most amount of mass and muscle. I really do like the top shape and the rack shape on this female quite a bit. You take a look at her fleece there, one that's very, very bright and clean, one that's soft and subtle to the touch, pretty consistent as we work from top to bottom throughout. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to clean that muzzle up a little bit, but that's being critical of a really good ewe there. We come into our bigger and probably older female here to put us there in second. One that, of course, has the most length of body to her. She probably has a bit more rib shape and capacity overall. For me today, she's just a little softer fronted. She doesn't have that muscle mass that we see in that female that helps us win the class. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to have a little bit more wool to evaluate there. She just isn't near as consistent for me as we work from front to rear. We're really, really fine as we're up front, but as we work throughout that fleece, we get coarse as we move towards the rear. But a good set of females here. Congratulations.
Your champion, Katahdin ewe, goes to Audrey Julian. The banners are sponsored by Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion Katahdin U goes to Logan Inbody. Banner sponsored by Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Results from your Columbia show. First place, Claire Morris on Copeland 805 out of your winter ULAM class. Second place goes to Chloe Anto on Cobb 26049. Third place, Claire Morris on Copeland 897. And fourth place, Driston Pajak Stenger on Y22 894. Results from your Columbia Spring ULAM class. First place, Cora Cap on Bolin 2473. And second place, Ella Kitzler on Copeland 0816. First and final call, Dorper Yearling Rams. Dorper Yearling Ram, first and final call. Results from your Katahdin Flock class. First place goes to Logan Inbody. Second place, Jacob Lewis.
Well, big kudos to the Columbia breeders out here for bringing out a phenomenal set. I think these young people have done a really, really good job of getting these things fitted and shown really well. So with that, let's give these guys a nice round of applause. I think these folks have done a good job of getting them presented for us today. There's some good parts and pieces in a lot of these females, but in my mind, there's one that sticks out really, really well. She's as pretty as a picture. I think if you think about the Columbia breed and you want to take a picture, there's one out here that just does a really, really nice job, especially with her neck set, especially with how square she is and the levelness of top and depth of body. As we think about where we'll go for our reserve, there's a couple different ways we can go. We can go for looks, we can go for style, but at the end of the day, these are all production sheep, and we need to make sure that we're also providing a product that is good in terms of quality, but also desirable by the American consumer from the American sheep industry. So with that, we'll kind of look at style. We'll look at the way these fleeces are laid into these sheep, and we'll also take into consideration those important aspects of muscle and meat quality at the end of the day. But I think there's some good ones here. We'll get off here and shake the hand of your Granite Reserve.
As we get started here in the Dorper division, we got 4 bucks that come out and represent the industry really nicely in terms of the Dorper breed. And like we mentioned before in the Katahdins, you know, when you're going to discuss hair sheep and what they're utilized for, and then, start to mix it up with the show ring attributes, I think that's where the sheep that we use to win the class does so a little easier. He's a neater built one that offers a little bit more front end extension. He's more dynamic in the center part of his body, but that's a big muscled guy once you study him from the outside in terms of his stifle muscle, his depth of twist, and how he ties that into his overall foundation. I think a solid place to get started with. A little smaller featured one here that comes in second. He's one that's maybe not as up and out there as the one that we used to win the class, but one that's wedged right in terms of his balance and his overall shape of muscle and build, really round in his cage and his body type. And we've got a black Dorper here coming in next that maybe a little neater about his shoulder blade, a little neater and smoother about his spine. I just want to change him in terms of his skeletal build at the ground. He's got to be more square, offer more flexibility and reach. Big long-sided sheep here coming in next. I just wish we could shorten him up, make him heavier muscled and rounder in his rib cage to move up in class, but one that's certainly long and extended. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your champion, Columbia U, goes to Clay Cobb out of the fall division. The banner presented by the Mentor Homestead and Mike and Judy Mentor. Your reserve champion, Columbia U, goes to Chloe Antill. And the banner by the Ohio Columbian Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, the Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Now entering the ring for the Columbia show is the flock class. Results from your Dorper yearling ram class. First place goes to William Deering on Wildcat Ranch, 4035. Second place, Logan Deering on Deering Farms, 2521. Third place, Sierra Shields on 2K 003. And fourth place, Sierra Shields, Manger Farms, 1608.
We got another challenging decision here in this set of Dorper rams. Like we did a little bit before in the Katahdins, we're going to do something a little untraditional and use a smaller featured one here to begin the class with. But that's the leanest built, most dynamic in his muscle shape, smoothest pattern sheep of the three. And I think he should probably go ahead and win the class. One coming in second's a lot like him in terms of being youthful and smooth and extended up front. I just want to make him stronger topped and a little more attractive from the side. Obviously, the highest performing, most mature sheep is the one that we put in third. That one's stout and rugged in his build and big-footed. I just need to make him more attractive in terms of his skeletal standpoint from the outside and want to see him a bit leaner and more expressive and bigger in his muscle shape to move up in class. Nice set of Dorper bucks there. Congratulate them.
Out of the Columbia flock class, first place goes to Clay Cobb. Second place, Claire Morris. Third place, Ella Kistler. And your Columbia Premier Exhibitor goes to Clay Cobb. The Exhibitor Award is sponsored by Diller Sheep Farm.
We're going to do best fleece first because they already dispersed. They messed us up. Sorry.
I already announced. Now entering the ring for the Columbia show is Best Fleece. Results from your Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, William Deering on NK Ranches, Inc., 2588. Second place, Amelia Ream on Dorsets and Daylilies, 501FF. In third place, Austin Embody, LNK, 2610. Your Columbia Best Fleece, sponsored by Walnut Creek Yacht Club, presented by Tom Connor, goes to Claire Morris.
I like the white Dorper we're going to use to begin this class with. This guy's just more symmetrical in his lines. He's more attractive in his look from the outside and still offers those Dorper attributes of big muscle shape and roundness of muscle shape up over the top side of his hip and out through his leg. I think an easy winner here in this particular group. One coming in second is nice in his rib and flank. We like the center body dimension about him. He's a plainer featured one off both ends. He gets a bit rounder in his shoulder and rounder out through his hip. We got to have more squareness of build, bigger muscle shape there in his stifle to get around that one that we used to win the class. One coming in next is longer sided. He's more extended up front. He's smoother and more extended about his shoulder blade. Got to have more meat animal shape up over the backside of his shoulder, bigger top in that one. It makes that top three a little more interesting. One coming in next is more practical, deeper sided. We like his rib shape and his depth of flank as well. I just want to extend that one off of both ends and make him more attractive from the outside to move up around those as well. One that completes the class, again, is really easy feeding and efficient. He's deep sided, he's practical in his build. Just need to make that one neater about his chest floor, better about his spine, more level out through his hip to get around those ones we placed above them. But a nice group of Dorper Rams there. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results to conclude your Columbia show. Best headed Columbia goes to Clay Cobb. The award sponsored by Seaford Farm, presented to you by Austin and Ellen Seaford. And your premier Columbia exhibitor goes to Clay Cobb, sponsored by Diller Sheep Farm, presented by Steve Diller. Clay Cobb, please come to the ring for your Premier Exhibitor Award. Results from your Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class. First place, Victoria Kovacs on Kovacs, 2607. Second place, Sierra Shields on Misty Creek Dorpers, 2462. Third place, Cole Collier on NFD, 2159. Fourth place, Amelia Ream on Dorsets and Daylilies, 602S. Fifth place, Jacob Lewis, NFD, 2319. Now in the East Ring, AOB Yearling Rams.
We got a young Dorper Ram Lamb here we're going to use to begin the class with. Is just does so a little bit better just in terms of dynamic and build, and the one that offers the most quality is Skeleton from this side. He's chiseled out up front and smooth and shortened his blade and still extended and smooth as he transitions that into his spine and over the backside of his shoulder, and then without lacking any Dorper indicative traits of just being big muscled and round in his shape. I think that's a nice one there that we used to begin the class. We got a more practically built one here in second that's deeper sided and more opened up there, and in the center body dimension he gets a bit longer and rounder out of his hip. He's a little more chesty there up through his sternum than that one is that we used to win the class, but one that's really practically built, big footed, big boned, rugged one that's got a lot of density to him. A little more youthful one here that's a little neater and smoother up front. He's just not quite as attractive, not quite as high performing as those two that we placed right above him. And then we got a pair of them here that represent a lot of youthfulness, a lot of quality, uniqueness of skeletal build. We're just a little bit further behind in that overall muscle shape and dimension compared to those ones we placed right above them. But a good set. Congratulate those exhibitors. A nice job.
Over here on the wool side, as we roll into a new class with AOB wool, we'll show our whites, and then our blacks will be the next class here. But really, this is kind of where the rubber hits the road, guys. This is where we're going to see some differences in types and kinds and breeds, and start to sort out and see which breeds really represent those individualities the best at the end of the day. We're going to use the white Romney to start off the class, one that's just really big and bold and expressive in his type and kind, one that you appreciate for the amount of muscularity throughout the skeleton. I like how wide he is across the top. I like the shape of rib on him. He's got a really impressive fleece on him as well, as big as this dude is. One that's very coarse in nature, but open, locked. I like the lock structure on him. Just a good one for us to start the class off with. We'll come in here in a second with our Blueface Lester, one that we do appreciate for his body and what he's bringing to the table here. I think one that's got a fair bit of muscle up on that top end. If you're talking about pure muscle and pure muscle shape, I think he's probably got the heaviest leg out of our lineup in here today. I do like the fleece on this guy too, and I realize this breed doesn't grow a lot, but it's very fine and soft and subtle to the touch. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to pick that front end up. He gets a little heavy fronted for me. I'd like to drop that flank down. I'd like to get a little bit more mass and power up into him to get around that Romney for me today. Then we'll round out the class with a really neat and unique valet here for us today. I like the horn set on him. He's just a really fancy dude to have a look at. One that's big boned. He's very stout featured for us today. One that's got a fair bit of muscle to him as well. As you evaluate him compared to the others in the class today, he just gets a little broken top for me. If we could level him out across that top, if we could get some more rib shape to him as well, and just get him balanced overall, I think we could slot him up a couple more places. But a good set of sheep here in AOB. Let's congratulate our exhibitors.
Yeah, let's keep it going and put our hands together. Congratulate our exhibitors on the Dorper side for their champion ram selection. I think, again, when you talk about what this breed is utilized for and the utility that they bring to the ring in terms of being a multi-purpose breed that maybe has more of a heavier commercial aspect to it, but at the same time are built for the show ring, I think there's going to be a couple that come out of this division that do so pretty easily. You know, you can discuss, Dorper traits of muscle shape and dimension and carcass quality. I think each of them are going to do that, but when we're going to crown a champion at a show, I think you need to have that little bit of extra in terms of dynamic skeletal build and an attractive look. And I think our champion in this drive does that really easily. So my congratulations to you guys. I'll get your champion in reserve Dorper Ram. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation one more time.
Results from your Dorper Spring Ram Limb class. First place, Victoria Kovacs, 2620. Second place, Austin Embody, LNK 2621. Third place, William Deering, Deering Farms 2613. Fourth place, Logan Deering, Deering Farms 2607. Fifth place, Blair Rice on Deering Farms 2611. And results from your AOB yearling Rams. First place, Lydia Henry on Millridge 2510. Second place, William Ashton, Ashton Homestead. Third place, William Ashton, CCF Mercury. Your champion Dorper Ram goes to Victoria Kovacs. And the banner is sponsored by Great Lakes Regional Dorper Association, an award presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion Dorper Ram goes to Victoria Kovacs, and banner represented by Great Lakes Regional Dorper Association, presented by Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador.
We've got a nice set of yearling Romney natural colored bucks over here in our drive, and a unique set for us to set through. The young lady there that had that massive type of ram in our white class, she brings another big and bold and rugged type of sheep that's really fluid in terms of his movement. I love the length of body on him. He balances up really, really well. He's got a big and wide top. He's got some rib shape. He's got some rump shape to him as well. You crack open the fleece, I think that's what's most impressive and what sets himself apart. I love the structure of that crimp. It's a big, bold crimp, a really nice coarse fleece, a good ram to start off the class. Nothing to take away from that young lady there in second. One that's just really, really big in terms of his rib cage. I like the stoutness and squareness of that hind saddle on him as well. He's got a big leg. He's got some capacity to him as well. For me, when we compare A to B, he's just a little shorter coupled from the profile. He wants to get down in that front end. If we could pick him up, trim him up throughout that first quarter of that section, he'd be a really, really competitive ram against that one up above him. We'll come into a big and stout type of ram, probably our heaviest bone ram in the class here in third, one that we do appreciate again for length of body on him. I think these Romney breeders have done a nice job of putting some carcass back into this breed really, really well. I like that rump shape. I like especially the amount of muscularity that's running down through that rear stifle. Unfortunately for me today, he wants to get a little heavier fronted. As we crack open that fleece, it just doesn't have that wow factor as those in front of him. We just don't see that crimp. We don't see that structure to that lock. If we could get him to have a little bit more characteristic to it, I think we could bump him up the scale a time or two as well. But a nice set. Let's give these guys a good round of applause. Over here on the AOB side, another good, powerful Romney, and these young ladies are doing a really, really good job putting some muscle shape and structure back into them. When you think about the Romney breed, I think he's spot on in terms of breed character. He's got enough bone, he's got enough shape, he's got enough style for me today. He's really bold and rugged, but yet fluid enough in terms of his movement. I love the length of body on him. I like that fleece. It's got that big, bold structure as we've been seeing before. Just a nice ram here for our fall division. Congratulations.
Attention in the barn. We're going to be taking a break from the show as soon as the Dorper show is concluded and between and after the AOB Rams. And that break is going to be for the presentation in memory of Bob Highfield. Again, we're going to be taking a quick break after the Dorper show and after AOB Rams. Results from AOB Natural Colored Yearling Rams. First place, Lydia Henry on Little Hooves, 4107. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland Potsy. And third place, Leandra Gray on LG 103.
Another good single entry on our Ram Lambs here on the AOB side. Another good Romney at that. Just really liking these Romneys that have been coming out here. They're good in terms of their shape, their style. I like the boldness, the skeleton in these things. They've got them really, really square on that dock. They've got some big hips in them as well. You take a look at this guy's fleece. Really, really good. You work from front to rear, top to bottom. Don't see any of that belly wool creeping up in there as we've seen in some of those other breeds. Just a really good guy here. Congratulations.
Well, this opening pair is just really, really tough, and I definitely want to, give them their time and attention. They brought two yearling Dorper females up in this class, are just really elite level, high quality individuals. So if you want to switch them with me, that's perfectly fine. We'll discuss them just a little bit. To me, the smooth fronted one that's more attractive from the side, that offers just maybe just a nickel more skeletal quality is the one I went ahead and leaned towards to use. She's got enough muscle, plenty of muscle. She's round bodied. She's opened up in her center body and her rib cage, but she's just ultra cool and feminine up front, really elongated and stretched out in her front end assembly. I think that's a really nice female. Is she as dense and as heavy muscled as the one that comes in second? No, I don't think so. The one in second is the heavier muscled sheep that's rounder and offers more density. She's one that's deeper bodied and more opened up and rounder in her rib cage. But along with that, though, she's a little chubbier, and I realize these things need to carry some condition and fat on them, but this one's getting really close to just being a little too soft up over that last rib, and her chest floor wants to poke out just a little bit more than what we like when you study her from the front side and from the side, but those are two very high level Dorper females, and they should be commended. Not taking anything away from the one coming in next. This one's just a little plainer featured. This is a really nice female in terms of practicality. This is a nice female in terms of her density and her bone work down low, really attractive up front. She just gets a little shorter and rounder. She's not quite as showy as those two that we placed right above her, but awfully nice. Next couple three here as a group that come in, I think females that represent a lot of quality and that are good and attractive about their rib and skeleton. We're just not near as far along as those top two that we placed in that class, but really nice set of Dorper females in that first group. Congratulate them, a great job.
As we wrap up our Ram show here on the AOB side with our natural colors, we got another good pair of Romney Rams. We'll leave them lined up the way that they came in. The class winner here for me is just the one that's a bit more complete. He's got the most amount of mass and muscle to him. You take a look at him, I think he's just as big and bold as any other that we've seen today. He's the one that's the biggest bone, probably the most stoutest featured. He's got a good fleece on him as well. You come into that Ram there in second, I think one that's very elevated in terms of his type and kind, especially in that front end assembly. One that we do appreciate for length of body and squareness of hip on him. For me today, he just doesn't have enough gas in the tank left to get around that Ram ahead of him today. Congratulations.
Results from your AOB White Early Spring Ram Lamb. First place, Claire Henry, Millridge, 2608. In your AOB White Late Spring Ram Lamb. First place, Brooke Hershey, Hershey Cropland Prankster. Results from your Dorper show from your yearling U class. First place, Austin Embody on LNK 2508. Second place, Victoria Kovacs with East Star Livestock 2529. Third place, William Deering on Deering Farms 2522. Fourth place, Amelia Ream on Dorses and Daylilies 4449. Fifth place, Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2422. In sixth place, Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2430.
One more entry here on our AOB Ram side, and we've got a natural colored blue-faced Leicester that comes out. One that's got a ton of power. He's big in terms of his rib shape. He's got a lot of bone underneath of him. I like the top shape and the rack shape on him as well. You take a look at his fleece, very, very soft and subtle to the touch. I like the fineness of crimp. I like the fineness of the feel of that fleece as well. Just a good ram here to help us wrap up the show. Congratulations.
AOB Class 6, Natural Color Early Spring Ram Lamb, first place, William Ashton on Ashton Homestead, AH74. AOB Class 8, Natural Colored Late Spring Ram Lamb, first place, Lydia Henry, Mill Ridge 2633. Second place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland, AHA.
I appreciate all the young people out here bringing some really, really good high caliber rams. As you can see, we've got several Romneys out here of both varieties, and we've got a couple blue-faced Leicesters of both colorations as well. Just, I think, a really, really good high quality set. As we sort through those, first and foremost, I want my rams to look like rams. I want them big and bold. I want them masculine in terms of their shape, their size. I want to have a lot of muscle shape. And then as we're evaluating some of these wool sheep, I want to have some good wool characteristics to them. In my mind, there's a couple out here that just match those ideals really, really easily for me. I'll go out here and shake the hand of your Grand Reserve.
Your champion AOB Wool Ram goes to Lydia Henry. Banner sponsored by Martin Livestock, presented by Stephanie Martin. And your reserve champion AOB Wool goes to Lydia Henry with your natural yearling. Mill Ridge Farm sponsored the banner and presented by Kate and Lila Henry. Reminder in the barn, the Oxfords will be showing in the East Ring after the Lincolns. The Oxfords will be showing in the East Ring after the Lincolns.
You guys are making it really interesting over here on the Dorper female side of things. You know, I'll be the first to tell you, since I'm the one judging, that the last class we virtually had the same pair, and we switched it, and I switched it back this time, and I'm just going to go ahead and do that because I can, because I think these just have a little bit different attributes that you can discuss and kind of mix around, but I think just really elite level, high level set of females here on the Dorper things. But in relation to the last class, you know, very similar. We got a little bit neater one that's maybe a little better fronted, a little more attractive. From a skeletal standpoint, you question if she's got enough muscle. These things have to have big, round muscle shape, and we're just not sure if that one has as much as that one did in the previous class. Comparing apples to oranges, though, we've got one that we're going to use in this particular set that I think has the roundness of muscle shape and has the density of muscle, but she's better fronted than the sheep is that we used in the last discussion. But I think she's smoother. She's a little younger. She's more youthful and very elite in her chest floor. She's smoother about that sternum and that shoulder plate when you compare her shoulder blade, but transitions really well, and she is super lean to the touch. And you know, these things are meant to carry a little bit more condition on them than most breeds, but this one is just really ideal when it comes to leanness and expression of muscle, and I gave her that tip to the advantage here in this particular class. Not taking anything away from the young man here coming in second. I mean, these guys bring us some really high-level sheep, and this is not one that's an exception because she is super extended up front. We talked about how attractive and neat she is from the side. There's not very many of them in this entire show that are that good in terms of their spine and the way that they're hooked together up over the top side of their skeleton and still remain neat and smooth up through their shoulder blade and their chest floor. It's just when you get around behind this individual in particular, I just wonder if she's got enough stifle, enough muscle shape, enough density, enough depth of twist. If she had a bigger hind end on her, that discussion would be a lot closer because that is an elite, high-level Dorper female there from that aspect forward. Not taking anything away from the one that comes in next. This one's deep-sided, round-bodied, good in her rib cage. This is the one, though, back to that discussion that we look at in the top three. Is she got enough on her in terms of condition, or is she better in terms of her leanness? And that's one that, again, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with how much condition she's got up on the front side of her shoulder and out through her chest floor. I just want to trim her up, make her more attractive, and lift her spine and lift her shoulder blade up in her just a notch when you set her in motion because she's got tons of quality through the center part of her body. I think a nice female there as well. We've got a couple of them here as a pair that come in next. This one's just appears to be a lot more behind in terms of youthful look and maturity. She's not as far along as those others that we placed right above them. She's a little straighter off both ends. She doesn't get out and flex like we like ideally, but one that's built right from the side remains really attractive. And we got a heavy muscled sheep here that comes in next. Got some stifle shape, some roundness of rib cage. Just need to change that one's spine and how she hooks together up front to make that more interesting. But a nice group of females there in the Dorper division. Show them your appreciation. Put your hands together.
Results from your Fall ULAM class. First place, Victoria Kovacs, Easter Star, 2624. Second place, Austin Embody, LNK, 2607. Third place, Avery Lindsay, East Star, 2621. Fourth place, William Deering, Ranches. Fifth place, Victoria Kovacs, East Star, 2609. Sixth place, Amelia Ream, Dorsets and Daylilies, 582. Seventh place, Sierra Shields, Manger Farms. Eighth place, Amelia Ream, Daysets and Doorlilies. And ninth place, Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers. At this time, we're going to pause the show for a brief presentation.
Test, test. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We'd like to welcome you all to the 2026 Ohio State Fair. This afternoon, we're going to take a short break in our shows so that we can have a special recognition. Some of you folks have been exhibitors here at the Ohio State Fair for a number of years. Others of you have probably come to the Ohio State Fair and watched the sheep show. And some of you, of course, are new people who are benefiting from the things that we had that were our person we're recognizing had done for you. And so today we've got the family of Bob Highfield with us. And Bob served as the superintendent here at the Ohio State Fair. He worked with us for 45 years, and he was the superintendent of the entire show for 25 of those years. And while Bob was here, he was pretty well known by everybody that was in the barn. He made it a point to work with all of the exhibitors. He particularly wanted to work to make sure that the show was comfortable for all the exhibitors. He invited a lot of our out-of-state exhibitors to come into Ohio State Fair. Many of them, he'd sit around in the evening and visit with them and talk to them a little bit about what was going on here at the show and how he might be able to improve it. And many of the exhibitors from out of state in particular came in and spoke with him in the evening and told him that the Ohio State Fair was one of the best fairs that they go. And many of them travel on this state fair circuit, and they always enjoyed coming here to the Ohio State Fair. Bob is also one of those folks that he wanted to make sure that our facilities and everything were in good shape. And so one year we had an opportunity to work with some of the commissioners and the management here at the State Fair. And Bob was able to help us design a new sheep barn. They asked us at a meeting one night, they said, would the sheep people like to have a new barn? And Bob and I had talked about this ahead of time. And we said, we've got probably the best livestock barn of any place in the United States for a livestock show. And so when that happened, we said we would like to have some money, if we could, to improve the facilities that we do have. And so Bob went to work, and we talked about the different things we needed. We completely redid the floor. Those of you who have been around a few years know that the concrete was all raised up in this barn. The drainage didn't work at all. And so we got all new drainage, we got all new floors, all new pens, and then probably the one thing that most of the exhibitors probably appreciate more than anything else were the fans that we have up in the show ring. Those fans are basically the one reason that most of our exhibitors are willing to come into a class early. Sometimes we're sitting here waiting for people to come into a show ring, but the fans are helping us to make sure that everything worked. Pat Myers now is the person who has worked on this with us, and she's currently our new superintendent, and she's been with us now for 3 or 4 years, and she's doing a great job, and we're still having one of the best sheep shows in the United States. I'm working off page 8, and I'm in page 1. You know, Bob was one of those people that liked to pull tricks on us. I worked with him for a number of years, and when he would be working out in the ring, sometimes we'd have 2 shows, similar to what we have today, and he would be clerking one of those shows. Now, clerking wasn't what Bob necessarily did on a regular basis, but he would love to stick it to somebody if he could. And unfortunately, one time I was the one he did it to. We had a small class of sheep in the ring. The judge was out placing. I was busy recording points for the premier exhibitors. And I turned around and Bob placed the cards on my desk of who placed where. So I picked up the cards and read them. The judge was Dave Smith at the time, and he came on up to talk to me, and he says, would you like me to continue with this class? And I said, well, what do you mean? He says, I haven't even placed the class yet. And Bob had gone in there, written the placings down on the cards, handed them to me. I'd announced them, and the judge hadn't even completed his job yet. And those were the kinds of things you had to be on your toes with Bob to make sure that he wasn't going to stick you with something. The problem was, when the judge got done placing that ring of sheep, he was absolutely right. He placed them the same way that the judge placed them. The other thing that we had while Bob was here that was a little bit different is Bob knew everybody. And he worked primarily with the commissioners. He worked with the fair management. He worked with everybody that he thought might be somebody who could help us in some way. He was a good politician in that way. He was more of a worker, and so he knew who to contact to get things done. And he would make sure that they knew what we needed. And so whenever Bob needed something here for the barn for the exhibitors, he would end up going ahead, and we would have that problem taken care of real quick. But the key people that Bob worked with the most, and most of you don't realize this, is the most important people at the fair are not the show ring people, they're not the management, they're the people who work behind the scenes, the plumbers, the electricians, all the people who help us set up the stage here in the show ring. Those are the people who are very important to us here at the State Fair. Bob would work with those people year round. He'd end up going in there and he'd have a meeting with him and take pizzas to him. I know he took donuts into the grounds crew a number of different times during the fair or before the fair. And then when we got to the fair, if we said we needed something here, he'd make sure that we had it. And by golly, I'll tell you, I'd sit out in the ring and I'd be watching the shows and I'd see something that we needed. And then I'd go in and tell Bob, I say, Bob, we need to get this done. And I'd go back in 2 hours later and I'd say, how are we getting along on that? And he'd say, well, it's already taken care of. They'll be here at 4 o'clock. And that was how we did an awful lot of things like that. Here we go. I'm missing the family is what I'm missing. I've got a card here with all the family names on it, and my cards got mixed up at the very end there when I was preparing to come in. I still don't find it. Here we go. With us today, we've got Bob's family. And we have Linda Highfield, this is Bob's wife. And then we also have all of his children with us and their families. We've got daughters Pam Atkinson, she's over at Washington Courthouse. We've got Debbie Parker down in Florida. We've got Robin Highfield over in Virginia. Kevin Highfield is with us from England. He's a preacher over there. And Brian is down in Florida also. These folks are all coming up here today just for this special presentation that we have for Bob. We also have a group of important people. And these are the people that worked for Bob while he was here. And the staff that we had, the interesting thing about the staff we had here, many of them stayed with us for many, many years. We had a lot of continuity from one year to the next. And that probably was the thing that kept our show doing the best. First off, we have Sharon Martin. Sharon, are you back here? Here's Sharon. Now, Sharon's kind of the matriarch of this whole thing because she was the one who came in and she pretty well trained all of us what we were supposed to do. Ralph Grimshaw was a superintendent when some of us started, and Sharon was the office secretary. And Sharon would come in and she knew everything about the barn. She knew everything that was supposed to happen, and she educated all of us. And we're pleased that Sharon was able to be with us today. Thank you, Sharon. Also, we've got Pat Myers. Pat is our current superintendent here at the Sheep Barn. She's been doing this for 2 or 3 more years, and she's done an excellent job for us, keeping the traditions alive. We've got Nevin Smith. Nevin was the market lamb specialist. I don't know how many years he's worked with market lambs. It's an interesting group to work with, but Nevin's been able to keep a good rapport with the market lamb people, and we have a very good market lamb show here. We've got Ann Moomaw. Ann's the ramrod of the Junior Fair, and Ann has been with us a number of years, and she takes care of the Junior Fair people checking in all the time. She runs all the Junior Fair shows. She knows everybody in this barn. If you need to know where somebody's being penned, all you have to do is check with Ann, and she'll be able to point you to it. We've got Roger High. Roger High is our former state sheep specialist here in the state of Ohio. And he also was responsible for the educational displays, the Grimshaw display that we have directly in front of the office over here. We've got Blake Campbell. Blake was one of our ring men, and Blake worked with us for a long time. We've got Sarah Haskins. Sarah, and she's here with us here. She's been with us a number of years also, working out of the office. And then we had a couple of other people. Bob Prano was our wool man. And then we also had Greg Fogel. Greg was Greg's here? Where's Greg? Hi, Greg. I'm real glad you joined us. Greg was kind of Bob's right-hand man. If there was a mission that we had to go on to get something, Greg was the driver, Bob was the director, and Greg got off and stole whatever Bob told him to take. And so, yes, it's true. Well, I've talked probably enough, so let's get to the reason that we're actually here. Bob was a great superintendent. He worked with all the people here, both the exhibitors, the ground staff, the administration, as well as all the people that we have here in this barn. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce Pat Myers. Pat If you'd like to come on up, you have a presentation to make. This is a plaque that we're going to be mounting in the barn here. It's in recognition of Bob Highfield, superintendent. He's a member of the Ohio State Fair Hall of Fame. And if I could read that for you. In memory of Bob Highfield, superintendent of the Ohio State Fair Sheep Barn from 1973 to 2018. He was inducted into the Ohio State Hall of Fame in 1998 in recognition of his leadership, commitment, dedication to all of the participants and exhibitors at the Ohio State Sheep Department. And for those of you that know Bob, you know that he was a hard worker and he did everything he could to make this show the best. So I think what we've got planned now is a little bit of a reception. If you'd like to come in, talk to the family, share some stories that you have when you remember Bob, we're going to have a reception right over here in front of the Sheep Barn office. Invite anybody and everybody to come on over and say hello to the family. Sorry to interrupt your show, but I think it was well worthwhile.
We'll be back to the shows here just in a couple minutes. Currently in the ring for your Dorper show is the winner ewe lamb class. And for your AOB wool show, the yearling ewes are in the ring.
We get back going here on the Dorper side. I got a set of 4 here that's just really impressive. Again, as we get into these younger ones, I think the one that comes up front is just so elite in terms of her skeletal build and high quality. And look from the side, it's got some density of muscle and is round in her muscle shape. Just a nice solid place there to start. One coming in next is definitely one that's 3-dimensional at the ground. You study her with the body or with the skeleton. We really appreciate those things about her and being wide and flat up over her loin edge. I don't know that she's as strong in her spine, just right there behind her shoulder, as the one is that we used to win the class, and that's where we'd like to just give her a shot, more showy look there from the side, but one that's long-bodied and neat in terms of her muscle shape, just needs a little bit more strength there in terms of her spine. One coming in next is one that gets out and goes really well, some flexibility off both ends, got some muscle shape to her, but she's one that just plainer off both ends. She's not quite as out there as those first 2 that we placed above her in terms of her look from the side. Then we got a nice one here to complete the class, one that's round-bodied, good in her rib cage and her muscle shape. She just gives up a little power and performance compared back to those other 3. But a good set there in the Dorper females. Congratulate them. A nice job.
Results from your Dorper Class 9 winner ewe lambs. First place, Victoria Kovacs on Kovacs 26-17. Second place, Victoria Kovacs on Kovacs 26-18. Third place, Logan Deering on S-Bar T Livestock. And fourth place, Amelia Ream, Dorsets and Daylilies 692S. Now entering the ring is your Dorper Spring Ewe Lambs.
Back over here on our AOB Wolves side, we'll start off with some yearling ewes in that white division. We're going to start the class off with a really, really cool and neat design Cotswold ewe, one that's just really big in terms of her shape and her style. I love the barrel. I love the rack shape on her. She's got a lot of natural muscle to hers too as well. She's got a long loin. She's got a deep loin. She's got a big, thick leg on her as well. As we think about keeping these ewes big and powerful, we still want them to remain feminine, and I think this young man's done a nice job of allowing her to play both parts. Well done. We'll come into a nice pair of Romney ears here in 2 and 3. We're going to use the longer and more moderate framed ewe, this put us here in 2. I really like the fleece on this female at the end of the day. One that's very coarse and bold in the type and structure of fleece that she's got. One that's just a bit more open and a bit more consistent. I love the consistency all the way back to that hind leg. I like how level-topped and square-docked she is as well. When we talk about power and capacity, I just think that Cotswold ewe does a better job at it compared to that Romney ewe. We'll get a big, bold, and powerful ewe here in 3, one that's got a lot of capacity and a lot to offer from a maternal standpoint. For me today, she's the one that's carrying the most condition in this top lineup. We'd like to trim her up through that center portion of her body, get that chest floor picked back up, but one that's really big and stout and powerful throughout. We'll come into our leanest and trimmest made ewe here in 4th, one that's really, really good in terms of her type and kind. I do appreciate how clean-fronted this female is as well. I like the length of body. I like the fleece on her. She's got a couple structural issues that we need to clean up to slide her up the scale. And then we'll come into a blue-faced Leicester here in our 5th place position, one that's really good for its type and kind. I like how well this thing travels throughout the ring. I like the breed character of this one as well. When you put a handle on her, she's really big and stout and powerful across the top. For me today, she's just too short saddled. She's pretty short loined. She's a little sloped in terms of the dock compared to the rest of them. But a good set of ewes here. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
I think another impressive set of females on the Dorper side. We're going to use one that's just a little more out there in terms of a logical place to start. She's outperformed the rest of them not only, but one that's assembled really well in her rib and skeleton. It's got some power and shape. I think a nice one there we begin with. The one in second's probably a little rounder in her muscle shape, maybe a little denser there in the center part of her body in terms of her overall muscle dimension, but that's one that just gets a little shorter coupled off both ends and doesn't get out and flex and go quite as nicely as the one that we used to win the class. Same story here that comes in next, another one that's more moderate and pulled apart, a 3-dimensional shape type of a female that's big and opened up through the center part of her rib cage and her depth of flank. That's another one though that gives up a little power and performance. She's not quite as stretched out, not quite as neat up front as those 2 that we placed right above her. One coming in next is another one in terms of length and extension is certainly going to get the job done in that regard, but she's got to have more power and more shape of muscle to move up. Same goes for the pair that we complete with. They appear to be a lot younger ones that are just further behind in terms of growth and development, but a good set of females there. Congratulate them, a nice job.
Results from your AOB White Yearling class. First place, Brett Martin on FSF 2502. Second place, Claire Henry on Mill Ridge 2534. Third place, Lydia Henry on Mill Ridge 2507. Fourth place, Kara Napke on Winding Wicks 2548. Fifth place, William Ashton on Ashton Homestead AH122. Sixth place, William Ashton, Ashton Homestead AH153. Results from your Dorper Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place, Austin Embody on K&K 2619. Second place, Victoria Kovacs on Kovacs 2621. Third place, William Deering, Deering Farms 2614. Fourth place, Sierra Shields, Misty Creek Dorpers 2481. Fifth place, Victoria Kovacs, Lobdell Genetics 2611. Sixth place, Logan Deering, Deering Farms 2608.
A real interesting set over here on our AOB natural colored side. We'll use the Romney to win the class. I think one that's just a bit more complete in terms of the overall package. She's got a lot of muscle up in the top end of that spine. She's got some depth of body. She's got a good fleece on her, one that's just really, really correct in the way that she's made. We'll come into that Baby Doll South down there in a second. And boy, I tell you what, if you're looking for one to make a flock out of, that's the female for you. Super, super sound. She's big bone. She's big hip. She's big bodied. Just wish there was a bit more fleece fleece there for us to evaluate. If she was in a longer fleece and we could have took a better peek at that, she would have easily won the class for us, hands down, any day of the week. We come into that blue-faced Leicester here in third, one that's just real big in terms of her rib shape. I like the top end. I like the rump shape on her as well. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to put a little bit more luster into that fleece. For me today, it was just a little too dry compared to the other ones ahead of us, but a good set of females. Congratulations.
Another big congratulations over here on the Dorper side of things. Let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to these exhibitors for just bringing out such an elite set of females. You know, you got to travel the country quite a bit to find some hair sheep and, you know, maybe call it a minor breed or an off breed. But again, like we discussed in the Katahdins, the Dorpers are probably one of the fastest growing, most popular breeds out there in terms of numbers and people getting involved in raising sheep. So just really impressive to see the participation. And, you know, when you think about this breed, what they're utilized for and what the purpose is. But then again, we've brought them into the show ring. We've started to breed them a little better in terms of skeletal quality, and I think there's going to be one that comes out of this division again that, like we mentioned before, is just pretty easy to find. I think she brings a little more to the table when you discuss, you know, skeletal quality and look from the side, but yet she still offers that roundness and muscle shape and dimension of rib cage and center body that the Dorper breed is known for. So I think that's a fairly easy decision in this guy's opinion. And then from there, it gets a little bit more interesting. I think there's a number of different ways you could go. And again, I can't emphasize enough how important that is, where the decision for champion and reserve is the hardest one you make because of how many good ones showed up. So my congratulations to you guys, you exhibitors and you breeders behind these things. Really need to be commended because, again, I realize that we're at the big Ohio State Fair, but there's a lot of really good breeding sheep in this state, and it's definitely been showcased here today. As I understand it, it's probably the last time I'm going to be talking on the junior show side of things, so I just wanted to extend my thank yous and appreciate the invitation to come over and be with you again. I think it was like 12 some years ago when I was here doing the junior market lamb, so glad to be back on the breeding sheep side of things and showing my age a little bit. The quality has never stopped. You know, 12 years ago compared to today, as a judge, that's just ultra impressive to see, and that's why I meant what I said at the beginning of the show this morning, that Ohio is one of my favorite places to judge, because it goes without saying. I know Wade Franklin said it the other night. A number of different judges are going to continue to say it, but just an elite group of livestock people and livestock in this state, and you guys are to be proud of it. But again, you know, coming from this close to home and knowing as many people as I do, you know, in this state, I don't take it lightly as the compliment to bring me over and invite me to evaluate and trust that, you know, I'm going to do a good job. And I try my very best to do that and show up for you guys, and definitely want to give you the time to showcase your livestock. So with that, I want to have you put your hands together again for these exhibitors for your champion Dorper female. I think there's a couple really good ones going to come out of this. But thanks again for having me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
A good fall ewe here, just a single entry, and I think one that could stand a bit more competition, one that's just really sound and structurally correct for me today. Boy, I tell you what, if you're looking for a Romney female that puts a really good Romney type of fleece, one that's got some structure, some boldness, some crimp, this will be the one. A good female. Congratulations.
Your champion Dorper ewe goes to Victoria Kovacs. Banner sponsored by Great Lakes Regional Dorper Association and presented to you by Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion Dorper ewe goes to Austin Embody, and the banner is sponsored by Great Lakes Regional Dorper Association and presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your results from Class 13 from your AOB show, Natural Colored Yearling Ewes. First place, Brooke Hershey on Hershey Cropland Penny. Second place, Victoria Kovacs, Applefinger Baby Dolls. In third place, William Ashton, Straight Fork 0028. Results from AOB Natural Color Fall U Lamb class, Brooke Hershey, first place on LSF 2551.
Another neat class of females over here on our AOB white wool side. We'll use the Cotswold ewe to start us off with. She's as pretty as a picture, folks. There's no doubt about it. You look at her from the profile, young man's done a stellar job of getting all the angles right, getting her put into position. I think of all the sheep that we have out here today, she's the stoutest and squarest made out of anything. You take a look at her fleece. I like that boldness of the crimp on it. I like that lock structure on her. She carries it very, very well, especially all throughout that hind twist of that leg. You come into the Romneys here in 2 and 3, a good pair that's hard to split. But I think for me today, we're going to use the cleaner fronted female to put us in second there. She might be the shorter sided, she might be the shorter saddled one, but she's the one in my mind that has the better fleece. One that just has a bit more characteristic to it, a little bit more boldness in terms of crimp. I like the hip shape on her just a tick pick better. We come into that ewe there in third. She's the longer one of the pair. She's the one that has a bit more mass throughout the top end of her, but as you get her and study her a little bit more, she gets a bit narrower base compared to the one ahead of her. She wants to get a little heavy fronted on us as well, but I think a good pair there in 2 and 3. We'll come into that blue-faced Lesser there in 4. One that we do really, really appreciate. You talk about a carcass animal. That's our carcass ewe here in the class for us today. I think if we could change the way that we've got her presented today, if we could get her head peeled back up, if we could sharpen up some of those lines, I think we could bump her up a place or two. She certainly has the carcass there. I just think that fleece currently as it sits is just past 5 o'clock for me today.